Hi there, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. On this very special week, it is, of course, double trouble, the double in, double out format. We come to you very slightly later than planned this morning. Apologies for that, but I promise you it will be worth the wait. And before we get into the final day of this group, let's just give you a reminder of what happened yesterday.
After 8 consecutive defeats, Kevin Painter finally earned a victory, much to his delight, and he went on to make it a double yesterday. Neil Duff only earned 1 win on Tuesday despite some decent stuff like this, but he's going to have to find another route through to finals night. This 1-4-6 was a flash of brilliance from Mark Durbridge. He went on to earn 6 points to force himself into contention to win the group. Jim McEwen is also firmly in the mix to climb to the top. He stood out along with Robert Thornton thanks to some beautiful finishing from the two Scotsmen. The former World Grand Prix champion firmly in the hunt. But it's rank outsider Steve Brown who tops the group going into the last day, who makes it through as a group winner.
Yeah, and Chris Mason has been alongside me to describe the action. Mace, safer up here than down there.
Yeah, especially double trouble. But there was some big improvements yesterday, wasn't there? Especially in the overall average. Jim McEwen finding another gear to his game. In fact, the only person who didn't improve on Monday was Robert Thornton, who dropped about 2 points off his average.
Yeah, really did. Very, very good stuff from him. We saw really good stuff, as you said, from McEwen as well. Let's just show you the stats from yesterday in terms of the doubles. This is a key aspect of this week. What stands out for you there?
Well, Robert Thornton actually just increasing on that number in the, getting off, starting the leg with his doubles. I mean, anything over 40% is very, very good anyway. But when you combine those numbers, it's no surprise why he has picked up so many points. But pretty much when you look across the board, everybody in some aspect or another made some kind of improvements. And the overall average for the day yesterday was approaching 84. And for double start, it's pretty good.
Yeah, Jim McEwen improving his double out by over 8% as well. So he's certainly in amongst the contenders here. And we'll show you what the bookies think in terms of who will win this group. And Robert Thornton remains favourite. Steve Brown and Jim McEwen can't be separated. And Mark Durbridge 10-1. Duff still has an outside chance, but let's be honest, he's not going to make it to the top. Kevin Painter can't do it. But do you think it's a bit unfair on Steve Brown that he's the same as Jim McEwen despite being the man at the top of the table?
I think they're protecting themselves on their initial, what was he, 20-1 to win this? Was he 10-1 to win the group or 20-1?
20, yeah.
Yeah.
20-1 for the week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure where they got that number from, but Jim McEwen was my pick yesterday. He was 3-1 yesterday. I still think he represents some value. Totally get why Robert Thornton is the favourite, just because historically how good he's been over the last few years and the fact that he's a former double start World Grand Prix champion.
A few more nerves today, you think, maybe in the final day?
Yeah, I think it'll be really edgy because it is so tight at the top, and it could come down to the last remaining couple of games. It could end up going to leg difference.
Right, let's get it going. This is Double Trouble.
Can he take the chance?
Game shot.
Yes, he can. Finally.
Will be the ball. Gets the ball.
Game short and a third one.
Back-to-back legs for Robert Thornton.
Ah, brilliant. Double 16.
Yeah, that's game short
Absolutely
and a second
wonderful from Mark Durbridge.
Leaves tops. Beautiful.
That's game short and a third one.
Try and get to tops, and he's pulled it off to get a go at his favourite double. Excellent outshot that from Jim McEwen. Double 14. That's a lovely start to the leg and a lovely finish to the leg from Neil Duff. Indeed, the action does start now. This is it then, the chance to make it through to this Saturday finale by winning Group A. And Steve Brown, as we just mentioned, firmly in the mix. In fact, he is the player at the top of the table, sharing the lead with Robert Thornton on 14 points. Neil Duff, the opponent here, only 3 wins so far. And he really does need to improve on what he's done. Duff, the former Lakeside World Champion 2022 when he had that major victory, taking on Steve Brown, who, as Mace mentioned alongside me at the top of the show, was in the bottom of the betting with the bookies. Totally
First leg, it's Neil to throw first.
outsider in this group, but he is top of it, Mace.
Well, it is mathematically possible for Neil Duff to do it, but we'd have to have a strange run of results.
No score.
But what it is for Kevin Painter and Neil Duff today is very much building or rebuilding to going
No
into
score.
tomorrow's Group C, which looks the most likely. It's who will join him. Group C is already looking tough enough, isn't it?
Yeah, it
No
certainly is.
score.
It's got some brilliant players in. She Who Can't Be Mentioned alongside Chris Mason. In Lisa Ashton, Colin Osborne
115.
and Daryl Pilgrim. I mean, it's not going to get any easier, is it?
No, that's super tough.
And Neil Duff finally gets off the mark. That will be a relief.
100.
Well, I suppose if you're going to have a double trouble week, you've got to make it doubly difficult, and that's what it is this week.
96.
Yeah, what's your sense been? I know you know a lot of the players well. What's your sense been? How they've embraced it?
I think they're enjoying it. It's got some jeopardy to it, hasn't it? It's
100.
It's a great format for that reason. The fact as well that it's only best of 5 adds to that jeopardy. But I think we've seen the players have a lot of fun. We've
78.
also seen a few of the players slightly annoyed at certain results, but that's the nature of this format, and that's why the powers that be picked it.
121.
Yeah, and you said, Neil Duff needs a strange set of results to occur to win this group, but if there's ever going to be a week where you might get a strange set of
140.
results, then this would be it.
Yeah, it's the perfect format for it. And I think, unlike the Grand Prix, of course, which is, well, if you're out, you're out.
140.
In our format here, you
Steve,
do have
requires
an opportunity
72.
to have another crack. But double 12, double 6 to break throw in leg 1.
60. Neil, you require
Gets an
40.
opportunity. On tops.
Bends the wire
Yeah, that's
Beautiful
the
start.
first leg. Neil Duff.
to find tops to win the opening leg.
Well, one of the results he does need, of course, is
Second
to win
leg
this
is
match
Steve to
himself,
throw
because
first.
if he loses it, that would be the end of your 200 to 1 shot. Anyone that's followed that. Of course, Steve Brown would move to 16 points, Duff would stay on 6, and he'd
100.
only have a possible 8 to play for, so that would be over.
So far this week, these two have already met
60.
twice, and it's been the same result, a 3-1 win for Steve Brown. And he seemed to grow in
47.
confidence yesterday. Played a lot better than day 1. In fact, he averaged nearly 86 for the day yesterday, did Steve
38.
Brown. And double start. That's very commendable.
Yeah, it may have surprised the odds compilers, but I know he hasn't surprised you, Mace.
No, but away from
180.
the Super Series, he's been playing some pretty decent stuff.
$125.
Yeah, very good stuff. If you did get a bit of value on Steve Brown, well done to you. Of course, if you are having a flutter
134.
on the MODUS Super Series, always do so responsibly. It's 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org for more information on safer gambling.
Well, they don't
44.
They don't
Steve,
really-
you require 40.
fancy
Yeah, that's game
Steve
seven in the
Brown for
second
some
round.
reason, because
Steve
despite him beating Neil Duff 3-1 on Monday, 3-1 on Tuesday,
Third leg, it's Neil
still
to throw
10 to
first.
11
Game
to win
on.
this game with Neil Duff priced at 4 to 5.
$40.
But as we know, even when the bookies get it wrong, they get it right. A double 5.
75.
The irony.
Yeah, if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, make sure that you click the notification bell. You will later this
60.
week get an explanation for that comment. All the players took part in a special challenge. I'm not going to say too much more, but it involved
140.
trying to do your opponents dirty a little bit.
100.
Steve Brown has wrestled the darts from Neil Duff in leg 3 like he did in
43.
leg 1 when he had the opportunity to wrestle the throwaway. This is good. Timely.
180.
Yeah, very, very timely indeed. He matches the
59.
maximum
Neil
count
Uruguay,
in this
121.
match, one apiece, and he had a 1-2-1 checkout yesterday. Not this way.
No, the much more traditional 60,
81.
33, 28 route yesterday, but I like that play when your opponent's not on a finish.
And he's already hit tops
90.
in this match.
Neil Uruguay, 40. Yeah, that's game shot than a bird line.
Well, Steve Brown will feel he's the better player at the moment. And the average
Forward
is
leg, it's Steve to throw
sort
first.
of suggests
Game
that.
on.
Neil Duff's averaging 78. Steve Brown's averaging 91.
40.
He will be pleased to have seen that dart find the target. As always, switch to the
41.
18s.
We did see Neil Duff improve his double in stats yesterday by
91.
5%, more than 5%, but still only, sorry, double out stats, more than 5%, but still only under 25%. Shows where his week's gone wrong.
125.
Yeah, well, he upped his daily average by 5 points as well. So there's a bit of symmetry there.
Steve Brown's actually been dead consistent in terms of his stats for doubling in and out. He's been around that 33% mark to 36, 37% on both of those metrics on both
100.
days.
Yeah, no, sort of equates to around 1 in 3, which is okay.
Yeah, you're never really putting yourself under too much pressure getting in. And if you've got 3 darts that double at the end of a leg, you're going to hit it. So no surprise that he did find himself top of the table going into today, although it should be said he was only there by virtue of one leg
33.
won more than Robert Thornton.
And Kevin Painter, who was bottom, beating Robert Thornton, who was top.
100.
Yeah, that
Steve
was some end
Uruguay,
to the day.
160.
Bit of a flyer.
Yeah, he's had a couple of wayward ones. A bit of early pressure, but superb
Neil Uruguay,
recovery.
135.
Should be going ball.
$51. Steve Uruguay, 35.
Double 16 for parity. Well, you can see that he didn't like the angle. It's why it took him an age to throw it.
Yeah, you got to see the angle he could see. Ball.
59.
That was
Steve
for
Uruguay,
the match.
32.
Steve Brown wants to level the match. Can see more of it this time. Oh, maybe not now.
Yeah, he has to make a call here.
$16.
Didn't really
Neil
move, did
Uruguay,
he?
No,
25.
I think he was trying to just find the bottom of the target.
So 2 12s for Neil Duff to get off to a
Game
strong
shots
start
and a
today.
match. Neil
And a
Duff.
start that will, it might not help him win this group, but it might help either Robert Thornton, Jim McEwen, or maybe even Mark Durbridge. The rest of the chasing pack will be delighted to see Steve Brown go down in the opener, particularly the Thorn, who by virtue of that result returns to the top of the table. He's got a big match coming up after this short break when he faces fellow Scotsman Jim McEwen. Hi there, we'll have a look behind the scenes here at the Modus Super Series. Myself and Chris Mason in our home in the commentary box, and we are just going to give you something that we didn't show you at the top of the show. That's today's bet builder. So, Mace, have a look at this. Tell us what you think.
Yeah, highest checkout in the Durbridge versus Painter game, under 91.5 at 5 to 6. That's an interesting one for the punters. And then Duff versus Brown, match winner Brown at 10 to 11. Well, that's not gone the way of the punter. And then McEwen versus Durbridge, match 1-8 is over 1.5 at 13 to 8. That's always a bit of a risky one, hence it's at 13 to 8.
Yeah, I'm going to do the pundit bit. I don't think this bet builder will come in today. I reckon that one is dead in the water. What we can do is show you the latest state of play in the league table as well, because that defeat for Steve Brown that did bust that bet builder has actually already seen him drop a place in the table.
Yeah, of course, with Steve Brown losing 3-1, his leg difference goes to -4, which does put Robert Thornton out on top, and he's up next against Jim McEwen, and this could well sort of plan our day out, because if McEwen can get a win over Robert Thornton, it'll be Jim McEwen making everybody chase him down.
Yeah, we saw Neil Duff there as well move on to 8 points. That means that his outside hopes were alive. Could we see something remarkable happen?
I think it would be remarkable if he can make his way into Group B. Never mind winning Group A. I think it's mathematically possible, but I just don't think it can happen.
Yeah, so Steve Brown and Jim McEwen currently occupying those spots. As you say, the next game is Robert Thornton against Jim McEwen. If Thornton wins that, he gets a 2-point lead over Steve Brown. Of course, he's still got to play him, so that is going to be in the balance. They play actually in Game 4 today. But if McEwen wins, we're going to have a 3-way tie on 14 points.
Yeah, and that's something like what we sort of expected, but the one thing we have noticed from Robert Thornton, he's got out of the blocks quickly every day, so it's going to be tough for Jim McEwen to try and get a jump on Robert Thornton. But if anybody can, it's Jim McEwen looking the most likely, especially when you look at his numbers for the day yesterday. He was the most impressive of all players, and if he takes that into today, it was a tricky ending to the day for Robert Thornton with back-to-back defeats.
Yeah, well, the players are on the stage completing their practice starts ahead of this one. Thornton and McEwen about to go. Which way do you see it going?
Just on yesterday's form, I'm just siding with Jim McEwen, and well, they go 4 to 5 Robert Thornton, 10 to 11 Jim McEwen, so they're going similar to identical to the odds of the first game, and it was, of course, Neil Duff at 4 to 5 who got the better of Steve Brown and ended that bet builder treble.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive match then about to get underway between the two Scotsmen, Jim McEwen and Robert Thornton. So, the pair are about to get underway. Thornton, the two-time seniors world champion, of course, lost that crown and will be determined to get back in his next tournament and win something. What would that... I know it would have hurt Robert Thornton to lose that, mate, but what would it do to come here and Wednesday win a group just to soften that blow a little bit?
Yeah, and there's still a couple of big events to look forward to in the seniors events, and just to bounce back this quickly and win something as tricky as this it won't quite. It will just soften the blow. Let's put it that way. But he was back-to-back champion, and well, I suppose if he's going to go to anybody, he'd be happy it went to a fellow Scotsman in John Henderson.
First lag is Robert to throw first. Game on.
So Thornton has the darts, and he's straight in tops, as he so often has been throughout this
80.
double start week.
Yeah, Robert pinched this tie yesterday, 3-2, and which I'm sure it's a match that Jim McEwen felt like it just got away from him. But he did get the better on Monday of Robert Thornton. Jim McEwen averaging in excess of 90, 3 out of 3 on the doubles in a 3-1 win.
81.
The double in from Robert Thornton, the best in the group yesterday, 48.84%, and already in this match. He was in
60.
with dart number 1. But Jim McEwen's been up there as well, and actually probably in terms of consistency across both metrics, outperformed Robert Thornton.
100.
46% in and 41.5% out. That was an increase of 8% on the previous day from Jim McEwen on finishing. So that was why he's found himself marching up the table.
Well, statistically, over
83.
the course of 2 days, Jim McEwen has been marginally the better player. Hence the reason they're only separated by 2 points.
Yeah, however, if he
45.
loses this one, you pretty much start to think...
Yeah, it's
He's
a
out.
it's a must-win game because where can we see Thornton dropping points? Maybe I think yesterday a bit of fatigue played its part, and that would
140.
be Jim McEwen's only hope if he did go down in this one.
Yeah, but also a reason to get him early, because if that happens again, then you're in the
Absolutely.
box seat.
65.
Absolutely.
Well, Thornton leaves 130. After the stellar start, he hasn't really capitalised on that here.
Yeah, no wonder
Robert, you require 130.
Jim had a little look to the heavens there. Double 5 for a 130.
120. Jim, you
It was a
require
great ton from Jim.
82.
Looked like it deserved more. Well, it looked like it was at least 140.
He won't mind the 25. There's an argument that Jim McEwen would prefer 1 dart at tops and 2 at double 16.
62.
Can't find it on this
Robert, you
occasion.
require 10. Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Robert Thornton.
Yeah, we have 2
Second leg is Jim to throw first. Game.
tops hitters in this match, and Robert Thornton finds a next door neighbour there to win the opening leg.
And pins it to start. Needed that to break throw in leg 1, but this is some response.
120.
Following this will be Mark Dudbridge against Kevin Painter. I think fair to say Painter the most improved, but it
60.
couldn't have gone worse than Monday for the artist, could it? It was a Boomtown Rats performance for him.
Yeah, it was an 8-match losing streak over the course of, well,
120.
just over a day and a half. But eventually picked up a
60.
win. And that came against Neil Duff 3-2, and then got the better of a real out of sorts Robert Thornton 3-1 in the final game of the session. That will give him a bit of confidence, Murph.
42.
Yeah, I mean, there's not even really a hope of getting into Group B for Painter, but as you said, just if he can play himself into a bit of form, get comfortable with his
96.
setup.
Yep, and then go into tomorrow with his tail up.
One of these will be hoping to go into tomorrow with their feet up. Whoever wins this group will get 2 days off and return for Saturday.
Yeah, if there's ever a week that you desperately want to win Group A, it's this week. There's,
98.
there's an argument for not winning it, and playing in Group B, which is a lot less stressful environment, but still keeps you ticking
55.
over. But oh no,
Jim,
not
you
this
require
week. You want to be in
116.
there ASAP.
That will all change in the next series, of course, which gets underway next week. Series 7 of the Modus
56.
Super Series. Part of the reason for that, we will give you all the details next week, but there will be a Group A winners bonus.
100. Jim, you require 60.
Yep, some slight changes now to Series 7. Always trying to adapt and evolve.
Yeah, sliding scale of prize money, so the higher you finish, the more
20.
you make.
Robert, you require 130.
Jim McEwen, of course, who's won the big
34.
prize here at the
Jim,
Super
you
Series.
require 40.
Yeah, a Champions Week winner. Took
Yeah,
away
that's game shot in the second leg. Jim McEwen.
over £20,000 for his efforts that week.
Third leg is Robert to throw first. Game on. No score.
Well, now this is the chance, isn't it, for Jim McEwen? Robert Thornton throws 3 darts and the referee calls no score.
A rarity.
And McEwen, straight in, then strays.
65.
Well, we still haven't had a leg where a player hasn't activated
41.
scoring, and that won't start here. Have you ever been brushed, Mace? Or ever done the brushing?
Ooh, I think I would have done playing in Bristol, where we played a lot of double start league.
1 on an M40.
I don't ever recall being on the end of one, that's for sure. I probably did when I was playing as a kid, but
60.
certainly not at the Grand Prix. And I don't think I brushed anybody at the Grand Prix either.
Yeah, I was once, and that wasn't even double start.
$100.
Got bageled in the World Championships a couple of times by Taylor.
43.
It almost had your chance to exact a bit of revenge, but as you said, you wouldn't have felt like that. Manfred Bildel instead, your opponent, and he proved to be a bit of a pest, didn't he?
1 on an M40.
The Beaver.
Yeah, a lot better. Well, played a lot better against me than he did against Phil, despite beating Phil. His finishing was,
45.
well, like
Jimmy
Lisa's,
required
very,
56.
very tidy. This has been a tidy response from Jim McEwen. Should lead 2-1, double 10.
36.
Time on his side.
Well, yeah, if Robert Thornton wins this leg, then you might as well hand him the group winner prize now.
59.
Jim McEwen.
Jim, you required 20.
Well, he's going for double 5,
Yeah, that's game shot in the third leg.
and he
Jim
gets it.
McEwen.
I did wonder, with Thornton being so far behind, whether he might have just gone 2 double 4,
Fourth
but
leg is Jim to throw first.
backed himself and
He
proved
won.
to be right.
Yeah, I think he could afford to attack the double, so if he had gone inside, can't stay out of it now. Had he gone inside, I think he would have just busted score.
50.
I think maybe if Thornton would have been keeping closer order, he might have
56.
took the option of the split.
One on an M40. One
A
on
big
an
leg or two
M40.
coming up here. Jim McEwen, if he wins this, goes level with Robert Thornton and Steve Brown. We have a 3-way tie at the top of the table. Then Mark Durbridge takes on Kevin Painter. If he wins that match, he goes just 2 points behind all 3 of them.
One on an M40.
Great reply from Jim McEwen. Trading 140s. Needed 2 trebles to get him down to 167. So McEwen knows he has 2 turns at 171 to get the job done and pick up those points. It's okay. 135 would leave 36.
One on an M35.
Yeah, he's there. He's on the brink. May not be his favourite double, but one thing that might be a benefit here is that this is the secondary double for both of these players
Yeah.
on the in, so they've had a bit of practice.
It's their switch
Jim
double, isn't it?
required 36.
Double 18 to dethrone
Game
the Thorn.
shot and a match. Jim McEwen.
And Chucky has overthrown Thornton. He's outthrown Thornton. And he's got the win that makes this group very, very interesting indeed. Arguably the worst performance we've seen from the Scotsman Robert Thornton this week. Only at 66.63. That's because of those struggles getting in, which he hasn't had all week. And Jim McEwen took full advantage to get a 3-1 win for a 3-way tie at the top of the table. Coming next, the man at the bottom, Kevin Painter, takes on Flash Mark Durbridge. On we go then here at the Modus Super Series. Kevin Painter taking on Flash Mark Durbridge in the third match of today's play. And for Durbridge, well, things are getting very, very interesting indeed. If he wins this game, he's going to be 2 points off the top, even though he will still be in fourth place, because the top three, Jim McEwen, Steve Brown and Robert Thornton, are now all tied on 14 points after Brown was beaten by Neil Duff and after McEwen managed to take down Thornton. That's put him top of the table on leg difference, and he really has got a healthy leg difference. We haven't really spoken about that yet, Mace. Durbridge really needs to win to cling to their coattails, but Kevin Painter, after an 8-match losing streak, is off the back of a 2-match winning streak.
Yeah, and incredible, isn't it? The top two beaten in the opening 2 fixtures, and what a chance this is for Durbridge, who probably would have thought going into this game he may have been 6 adrift. Well, a win here, and he's within touching distance of being on top of the table himself.
Yeah,
First leg,
big game
it's
for him.
Mark the
For
throw
Kevin
first.
Painter, as we've
Game
said,
on.
it's all about practice and pride.
Well, Robert Thornton faces Steve Brown in the match to follow this one, and that's going to be huge because in a couple of
No
games
score.
after that, Jim McEwen will be facing Mark Durbridge. So the big games come thick and fast, and well, I should imagine after the
No score.
what will be the 12th round of fixtures in total, we may be none the wiser, Murph, of who's going to win.
Yeah, I'm looking at the end of the day, and game 11, Jim McEwen versus Steve Brown. Game 15, Steve Brown against
No
Mark
score.
Durbridge. So there is the potential for this race to go right to the death, depending who sort of drops away. But I think Durbridge will immediately
32.
drop away if he does find himself on the wrong end of this one.
Yeah.
And he hasn't started yet.
Well, that's his 8th dart,
37.
but he is up and running.
One on the end, 23. $41.
His Euro Tour qualifiers on today, isn't there, Murph?
I believe so, yeah. Over in
One on the
Leicester,
end, 25.
where- we had a win for Damon Heta
Yes.
yesterday.
Some performance as well.
Of course, has been a guest down here at the Super Series.
One on the
Future in
end,
punditry.
25.
Once he's not playing at the high level he is now. He was excellent, actually, on the microphone when he came down to support. Was it Hopai Puha he was
45.
supporting?
Yes. Yeah, Thursday night, Michael Smith faces Nathan Aspinall, Rob Cross, Luke Humphries, Peter Wright, Luke Littler. Gavin
81.
Price against MVG.
And Wright seems to be digging himself out of trouble a little bit at the moment as well.
Playing a lot better, isn't he?
That's just Kevin Painter in this group.
One on the end, 30.
Disastrous start for the artist, but suddenly he's found some form.
I'm not sure about the start time of the Euro Tour qualifiers, but I will try and
57. Giving you
keep you up to
40.
speed with those.
Yeah, can't watch it anywhere,
Yeah,
so you
that's
might as
Game
well
Seven, the
watch us
first
and
one.
let us update
Kevin
you.
Painter.
Painter pops tops.
Dart Super Saturday, isn't it?
Second leg, it's Gavin the throw first. Game on.
Good use of that marker there from the
92.
former Players Champion. Beat Mark Webster in that final back in 2011. I took great pleasure in reminding Mark
No
of that
score.
over the course of the weekend in Essex.
$45.
Mark Durbridge, 2 legs in a row, doesn't get off of his first 3 darts. Last leg he didn't get off in his first 2 visits. And that happens again.
No score.
Can't afford this, Mark Durbridge.
Oh, he's having an absolute
44.
disaster at the moment.
Yeah, that is the double jeopardy, isn't it, in this? He's in a good position to join the title race, if you like, in Group A.
120.
But you just have one game where those doubles don't go in at the beginning, and that can ruin your week.
Yeah, it can scupper your chances very quickly, and
100.
I suppose it's a double-edged sword of where the players love it and loathe it.
Well, Painter with a healthy lead, but already shook his head when he saw Mark
100.
Durbridge in the treble 20. Such a watchable player, Kevin Painter. Does seem to have settled on these
100.
tapered barrel darts.
Yeah, the Johnny Clayton darts for me, looks much more comfortable with them.
Durbridge actually is similar-ish shape, just a lot smoother.
Yeah.
180.
Oh, he gets
Kevin
himself in the
Uruguay,
mix in a leg
120.
that he couldn't start.
And he didn't get going until
100.
his 7th dart.
Mark
So
Uruguay,
he
101.
effectively given Kevin Painter a 7-dart start.
And he might pick Painter's pocket. Double 16. Oh,
85.
so close.
Kevin Uruguay, 20.
Well, that would be akin to that famous comeback leg we spoke about yesterday.
Yeah, wouldn't it ever? Double 5.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
in the
game shot
corner.
the second
He'll
leg.
take it.
Kevin
2-0.
Painter.
It'd be bizarre, wouldn't it? Wins over
Third
then
leg, it's
table
Mark to
topping
throw
Robert
first.
Thornton,
Game on.
a player that potentially was going to go within 2 points of the top of the table.
32.
Kevin Painter on the verge of beating all three. The only other one out of the top 4 that he won't have beaten,
112.
but will be playing a little later on. It'll be Jim McEwen and Steve Brown.
85.
Yeah, on the hit list, I'm sure, for Painter. McEwen currently top on 14 points, the same as Brown and Thornton, but plus 10, Jim McEwen, plus 4
Yeah.
though, so that's massive in this format.
Absolutely. Even more so in it being best of
59.
5 as well. That'd be massive if it was best of 7 or normal format.
85.
Painter leaving the party piece finish here.
140. Kevin Uruguay, 170.
And I think he'd go for it these days.
So do I. Loves a bit of highlight reel.
82.
82 leaves 88. That's okay. Should get at least a dart at the ball to win the match.
170. Kevin Uruguay, 88.
Yeah, just 20. Just 18. So just the bull.
63.
Oh, and if he adjusted a little bit more, he'd have been in the bull.
Mark Uruguay, 15.
7. Double 4.
That's
What a
game
leg
shot
to
and
win
a
that
further.
is
Mark
for Mark Durbridge to save his skin, but it is Kevin Painter who has
Forward
been
leg,
getting
it's
off the
Kevin
better
throw
of the two.
first. Game on.
Has the darts here for a 3-1 win. Pins a double 16.
He's been excellent at that in this match. Problem here for Mark
72.
Durbridge. You may be thinking why we're sort of writing him off if he loses this first game, considering he'd only be 4 points behind. But Robert Thornton still has to play Steve Brown. Steve Brown
32.
still has to play Jim McEwen, so he's effectively 6 points behind.
Correct.
They've got to take points off each other, and that is going to be a Durbridge too far.
6 scores of a ton or more for Durbridge in this match. 9
45.
for Kevin Painter, and the average is 84.5 for Painter. 68 for Durbridge, and that's because of multiple missed starts at a double to start the leg.
100.
Yeah, since that victory that he had, the first one against Neil Duff, he's asserted himself, hasn't he, Kevin? He suddenly is looking like that commanding presence that he likes to be.
Yeah, he's trying to own the stage, isn't he?
96.
Wants to ride the wave into Thursday and Friday. Remember, double sessions here at the MODUS Super Series.
100.
Live here on the YouTube channel. And it is a 1 p.m. start for Group C, 10 p.m. for Group B.
Do us a favour and
One
just
of
hit
them
that
40. Giving you the
subscribe button.
prior
Only takes you a
89.
second. Should be bought. Single 17.
49.
Leaves him tops.
Pressure is going to be applied.
83.
Oh, well, not really. Just needed to stay
Giving you
straight
the
to leave
prior
something
40.
very, very finishable. But Painter can finish him on double 10.
Game shot.
There we go, a
And
hat
that's
trick.
Kevin
3
Painter.
on the spin for Kevin Painter, who could not buy a win at the start of this double trouble week. Lost 8 in a row, but now has won his last 3. And in winning that one, he probably condemns Mark Durbridge to playing Thursday and Friday. The title race could have been 4. It looks like it's going to be 3, and 2 of them are in action next as Steve Brown faces Robert Thornton. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we have a really important top-of-the-table tie now between Steve Brown and Robert Thornton. The pair of them sitting in second and third, but on level points with top-placed Jim McEwen, who will play Mark Durbridge in this round of fixtures. Durbridge pretty much out of contention Although that could turn around if he can beat McEwen, his last hope really of staying in that race. Between that, Neil Duff and Kevin Painter, but this one will put someone really in pole position. Who will it be? We'll find out over the course of a possible 5 legs.
Yeah, I think Durbridge would have to be
First leg
perfect
is
from
Steve to
here.
throw first. Game on.
And even then, that may not be enough. What can he reach? A maximum of 18 points.
80.
Well, I'm calling it now. I think 20 points wins it.
There we go, Macer's made his
56.
prediction. So winner of this would move to 16, therefore by that would need just a couple more wins. Steve Brown has been a thorn in the side of all his opponents this week.
100.
Did lose out to Robert Thornton yesterday and on Monday, but looking to put that right here.
44.
That's the kind of thing you can't afford to do, is
100.
backing up a max with a trebleless visit, especially against a player of Thornton's quality when he's in tip-top form.
85. 100. Steve, you require
112 then for Brown to take the opening leg, starting on the 19s. And now needs double 18.
94. Robert, you require 145.
Now, it would have hurt. It would have hurt Steve Brown early on.
93. Steve, you require
Yeah,
80.
Steve Brown would have had a bit of a scare when he seen that treble 20 go in.
No score. Robert, you
More of a
require
scare now because
52.
he's just given Robert Thornton 2 darts at tops, and that's not advisable.
Double 19.
33.
A reprieve.
Steve,
for
you
Steve
require
Brown.
18.
Attacks it this time. Double 4.
14.
Well, the
Robert, you
doubling at
require
the end
19.
not working out for either player so far.
6 darts at a double to win leg 1.
Yeah, that's game shot in
And
the
he
first
surrendered
leg.
it to Robert Thornton.
Second leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
Maybe Thornton just has the hex over Steve Brown this week.
No score.
Yeah, it just seems to be getting the better of these matches. That's a Brown switch. He just goes for the
41.
maximum number of points. So if he misses tops, he goes for double 19.
8. 83. 96.
Slower start for Thornton in this leg.
Well, Steve Brown does have a win over Robert Thornton,
60.
but you do have to go all the way back to 2010, where he beat them in a Players' Championship in the last 16,
99.
where he won 6-3.
$95.
Oh, there was a time, wasn't there, when Steve Brown was regarded as maybe the next big thing and was on an upward career curve.
100.
A lot of his loss of form actually coincided with his other interests, almost in a way sacrificed his own darts career to plant the seeds for the future.
Yep.
64.
Chairman of the Junior Darts Corporation, Robert Thornton was the king of the seniors darts tour
83.
until Sunday night
Steve,
when
you
John
require
Henderson
158.
took that crown, keeping that title in Scotland.
55. Robert, you require 115.
95, so treble 19 for the double, but won't happen. Brown gets a chance to level.
59. Steve, you require 103.
Almost feel, even at this early stage, that this has got to go. Treble 17. No, sir.
52. Robert, you require 56. 16. Steve, you require 51.
More opportunities for Steve Brown. Tops.
Yeah,
This
that's
time
been shot in
takes
the
it.
second leg.
You
Steve
hear
Brown.
the response. Get in. He knows how big that was because it puts us back on throw.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Snatched his darts out as well, didn't he? He's got himself all pumped up here, Steve Brown.
Yeah, well, he's not happy with his performance. He's 1 from 8. And incredibly, Murph, his only score of a ton or more is a max.
36.
When we say about all or nothing, that's a perfect example of all or nothing.
Yeah, Thornton conversely has got 4 scores in 3 figures.
65.
But both players struggling, both getting in and out, which isn't really ideal when that's the format.
96.
Well, if you can't get in, you're not going to get a chance to get out.
85.
Well, both managed it in the opening visit this time around.
66.
Lovely maximum from Robert Thornton.
180. $58.
Moving away effectively as well.
95.
Got a bit of a cushion. Needs to fill it, really, to put any kind of pressure on the 76. It's not a bad second
125.
prize.
Robert, you require 76. Yeah, that's game
Beautiful.
short in the third
Absolutely
leg.
beautiful.
Robert Thornton.
A 180 in the leg. And then he takes out 76 so cleanly.
Forward leg is Robert to throw
Just
first.
that ability to come out of a struggle and produce a leg like that.
Yeah, such a measured dart on top. See, he just knows where it is
60.
instinctively. Knows where the weight of tops is.
And
100.
the first to 3, so Robert Thornton here just a leg away from being top and
41.
leaving Brown playing chaser. Jim McEwen would have the chance to usurp him on leg difference if he beat Mark Dudbridge in a couple of games' time. And before that, Kevin Painter, well, he's going to have the chance to actually get level on
99.
point with Neil Duff. Who would have thought that? When the pair played yesterday, he was on 0.
Yep.
60.
Well, he's on an unbeaten run of 3 now, isn't he? After a losing streak of 8. Talk a lot about
55.
momentum in sport, don't we? Negatively and positively.
Yeah, I just do fear for Kevin Painter that it's going to end up being one of those weeks where
60.
he has his best run at the worst time. You do it at the end of Tuesday into Wednesday, it doesn't really get you anywhere. And then if it's not
30.
carried on into Thursday and Friday, it was kind of wasted.
Yep, all for nothing.
Well, that kind of run tomorrow would put him on
140.
second, third, maybe even first place.
Outstanding.
177. Robert, you require 140.
Yeah, perfectly timed. Robert Thornton
100.
would have been making him
Steve,
think
you
there.
require 40.
And he does apply the pressure. Steve Brown has to hit this and has.
That's game shot in the
Brilliant.
forward line.
Closing
Steve
out of that leg to force a decider that will determine who's top of the table.
Fifth and
One
final
leg.
leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
To top the table. And Steve
No
Brown
score.
fails to get away after putting literally 3 on the wire, 1 actually on the wire.
Can the Thorn punish? Oh, great dart. Just
96.
sneaking into the corner and then switching back and finding the treble. Could almost see in Steve Brown's face like he's just been beaten up there by Robert
60.
Thornton.
And he's put 4 darts on that wire of tops before eventually finding it. Oh, and that will hurt.
121.
Forcing Steve Brown to find a real big turn.
85. 85.
Has to be a 2 treble visit.
60.
He's had absolutely no luck in this deciding leg.
137.
Yeah, Thornton has flown through it. Steve Brown hasn't got off the ground.
$85.
He was trying to work out whether or not he could go somewhere else, wasn't he? Won't mind missing that because it means he can leave that.
22.
Well, speaking of flying, that certainly was one.
Was an absolute flyer. How often do we see that when you
140.
see a player feel like
Robert,
the
you
leg's
require
dead?
40. Game
But
shot and a match.
The Thornton
Robert
double does for Steve Brown and returns Robert to the top of the table. A 3-2 success in a slow burner at the start of that game. Both players struggled to get in and out, but then Robert Thornton just turned the pace. Brown went with him in the middle of the match and forced that decider, but Robert Thornton wins the 5th leg and in doing so moves 2 points clear at the peak of the pile. The man at the bottom of the pile now, Kevin Painter, is looking to extend his winning run to 4 matches. He faces Neil Duff. Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where, as we said before the break there, Kevin Painter is on a roll and looking to make it 4 wins from 4. He got a victory against Neil Duff towards the back end of yesterday, did Kevin Painter. 3-2, celebrated wildly as well. And then he's gone on to beat Robert Thornton and get a win this morning as well. So that's a hat-trick for the artist. And for Neil Duff, well, it's a bit
First
miserable at the
leg,
moment
it's
for
Kevin
him,
to throw first. Game on.
because he has actually lost his last 4 matches. Well, these two could end up swapping places come the end of the day.
92.
Well, it's certainly been a massive jump in performance levels from Kevin Painter, which is
No score.
unsurprisingly coincided with his upturn in fortune.
Yeah, apologies, should just correct that. Neil Duff lost his last 3 games yesterday, but did get a win
95.
against Steve Brown, first one today. That's now Steve Brown losing 2 from 2, but he still is only 2 points off
100.
top of the table. However, is he going to start to sink and leave the 2 Scotsmen to battle it out between them?
Yep, Jim McEwen up
85.
next against Mark Durbridge. And, well, for differing reasons, it's a must-win game for both.
85.
Because Dubby could find himself tailed off in 4th position, 1 off the qualifying spot for
80.
Group B, of course. So far, ticking along quite nicely in this opening leg.
140. Kevin, you require
And
149.
despite that, still has 2 turns to get rid of 149. Make that 69. Treble 15's the shot. And gets it.
125.
140 would apply
100.
a little bit of
You
pressure.
require 24.
Kevin Painter for leg 1 on throw.
that's game shot in the
Finds
first
double
leg.
12, and
Kevin
he's just a
Painter.
bit more assertive when it comes to winning legs at the moment.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
You can see the confidence building, Murph.
Yeah, absolutely. And a confident Kevin
60.
Painter is a dangerous Kevin Painter. And to be honest, I think he deserves ultimate credit, because it would have been easy to
72.
bear the weight of those results on his shoulders and just not even win a match in this group.
Yeah, but there's one thing about Kevin, even if he's
125.
nowhere near his best, he'll keep grafting and keep trying. It's just not in his nature not to give it 100%.
55.
Yeah, that's why it surprised me so much when he decided to take that step away from playing professional darts. I thought he'd be one of those players who would just keep trying forever, but he's actually found a happy place, hasn't he?
135.
And so competitive that, as you mentioned yesterday, he actually did go to Q School to give himself another option of playing on the Challenge Tour.
100.
Yeah, I think he knows he just being a Pro Tour card holder and the travelling, and well, as we've seen this week, they're playing Pro
105.
Tours in today into Euro Tour qualifiers, and the schedule is just too much when you've already had the best part of 30 years at it.
100.
Especially if you're going to go and risk
76.
just playing one match. As Neil Duff looks to level this match, and
That's game
does.
shot in the second leg.
And yeah,
Neil
I think it's a real benefit of the MODUS Super Series for a lot of the players, that they do know
Third
they're going
leg,
to
it's
play
Kevin
5
to throw
games a day.
first.
Yeah.
Game
It
on.
must be nothing worse than getting yourself up for a couple of Pro Tours, losing first round both days, thinking, why have I bothered? No money earned.
112.
real-
Money lost.
Yeah, and no benefit really, no proper practice, no confidence.
Yeah, there's no building blocks.
79.
It's brutal.
And Luke Littler, the MODUS Super Series 2-time Champions Week winner, was for the first time yesterday beaten in the
123.
first round, and no surprise that opponent that managed to do that was James Wade.
Well, that's what
100.
Luke will be doing over the next couple of years, is experience the different types of players he's going to face and the challenges that come with them.
Yeah, I think it's Dan Dawson that introduced the term wading, and that's exactly what he did to
46.
Luke yesterday. That's just ultimate match play, isn't it? Not worrying about averages or statistics, just worrying about winning.
Yeah, on throw.
60.
Yeah, I managed to catch a few matches yesterday. But,
140.
Steve Lennon's found some form from absolutely nowhere, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, there was a point toward the end of last year that he was sort of being
96.
penciled in for a trip to the Super Series.
Absolutely.
80.
But he's bounced back brilliantly.
Another just adjusting to try and give himself a clear look at
60.
tops, and he made the right movement. That was close.
Yeah, good effort.
Beautiful darts from
126.
Neil Duff to tee up tops for himself.
20.
He did this in leg one, and
Just
KP
closer than a
did what he
third
did there
Kevin
and
Painter.
found the double, and that's what he was not doing on Monday and for the majority of Tuesday.
Forward leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Any mistake here, though, from Duff will be punished,
No score.
because Kevin has been mustered on double 16. That trend continues.
57. 120.
Right to the wrongs from the first visit by kicking off with 120. What does KP have in response? A max it is.
180.
Both players averaging over 90. It's been a fabulous game, this one.
100. $58. 100.
Yeah, Painter really has found something.
Treble 18 could be an option here.
98.
Both players averaging over 90
60.
in this game.
Kevin, you require 108.
These are the bottom two.
Well, single 19 leaves double 16. And if he can finish on double 16, like the way he's... Oh, tops.
Well,
Game
he
shot
changed the
and a
plan,
match. Kevin Painter.
and it paid off. Kevin Painter getting the job done against Neil Duff and making it 4 wins on the spin. He's celebrating his newfound success here in Double Trouble. Kevin Painter has gone from looking like a couple of quid to $1 million at the moment. A 3-1 success, an average of 91. All is well in the world of the artist. Now, all could be well for Jim McEwen. He takes on Mark Dudbridge next, and if McEwen wins that match, he'll return to the top of the table.
So here we go. Mark Durbridge looking to stop the rot, as is Jim McEwen in terms of chasing down Robert Thornton, who picked up a great win in the end against Steve Brown. Jim McEwen winning his opener against Robert Thornton and closing that gap, only to see Robert Thornton open it up again at the top of the table. But a win here will see Jim McEwen back on top. And it's really a must-win game for Mark Durbridge in terms of
First leg is Jim
qualifying
first.
for Group
Game
B and avoiding the, well, potential nightmare of what looks a horrific Group C, Murph.
Yeah. Pilgrim, Ashton, Osborne.
117.
Duff, Painter.
Yeah. And Group B, of course, is equally difficult, but 3 players go through. So in terms of opposition, it's going to be hard with James Wilson,
120.
Connor Scott and Conan Whitehead. But of course, you have mathematically got a better chance of going through than going out.
$121.
On Monday, Jim McEwen had a 3-1 win over Mark Durbridge, averaged very nearly 93. Yesterday, it was even more convincing for Jim, winning 3-0.
87.
Yeah, you would have to say defeat for Durbridge would be a Group C condemnation. Pretty
78.
much start to fill in the fixtures for tomorrow afternoon. 1 o'clock, the action gets underway.
A lot of the games so far today have been
44.
coin flip style matches. However, Jim was definitely the favourite for this one at 4-6, with Mark Durbridge at 11-10.
57. Jim, you require
Chance
132.
for some fireworks here from Chucky. What about a couple of bullseyes? Oh,
Or not. Treble 18s, I would have thought. Oh, beautiful dart to
92.
leave tops.
Mark, you require 106.
yeah, puts the pressure on Flash here. Takes the pressure off immediately. Double 18.
that's
Oh,
Kingston in the
beautiful,
first line.
beautiful
Mark
stuff from Mark Durbridge.
And a bigger bonus to
Second
break a
leg is
throw.
Mark the throw first. Game on.
Well, he's staying in the fight here, but I think Robert Thornton and Steve Brown will be watching on thinking, do him 3-0, will you? Because he's got that healthy leg difference. It was plus 10 before this game.
60.
If Durbridge can get a win to 0, suddenly Thornton is only a couple of legs behind him. And, of course, more importantly, 2 points in front.
Yeah,
No score.
that is why it's a must-win game, but what can go wrong is going wrong for McEwen at the moment.
Well, Steve Brown's got a suddenly hard game next against Kevin Painter,
85.
who I think can now be so called as the form player in the group.
Well, Jim may be looking at this and asking, where's the version of Durbridge that faced
120.
Kevin Painter in match 3?
$96.
Yeah, McEwen got off to that perfect start today, didn't he? By beating Robert Thornton.
Yep.
So much is changing so quickly.
125. $62. 54. $92.
Well, he's left 106 again. He took that out in the previous leg. Shouldn't be so angry about that slip, Mark. Just do it again.
Took out a beautiful 146 yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, that was mustard.
60. Mark, you require 106.
But he's looking for a repeater here.
Tries the tops this time.
86. Jim, you require 142.
Not convinced he didn't intend to try it last time, to be honest. Maybe he's just aiming in the middle and ensuring he does leave a double. He's left on double 10.
Well, that's what you should do. Big target area, isn't it?
102. Mark, you require 20.
Double 5. Oh dear, oh dear. And you can see why that's such a nightmare, because
No
Chucky
score.
usually finds
Jim, you
tops
require 40.
child's play.
He's going to pick his pocket. Double 10 for a leg or two.
Yeah, that's game shot in the second leg. Jim
He breaks
McEwen.
back.
Third leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
So effectively advantage McEwen, but that only stands if he hits a double with one of his first 3 darts. How about that one?
$48.
See the frustration.
$36. $140.
Not going well for the Bristol boys so far. Whisper it quietly, but there still is a chance that either Kevin Painter or Neil Duff could force their way into Group B. It'd be
120.
a strange set of results for it to happen. It'd probably mean Mark Durbridge beating Steve Brown and then both of them losing all their other matches, but stranger things.
Well, we've had some strange scenarios here at the Super Series.
Durbridge currently in 4th place in the table, but 4 points adrift of Brown in 3rd,
123.
and currently McEwen in 2nd. So
Yeah, Brown would have to lose all of his games, and
yeah, Durbridge just win the one
61.
against him, and then one of Painter or Duff win their remaining games. If Painter did that, that would end a real group of 2 half with 8 straight defeats followed by 7 straight wins.
140.
this is some lag. 48, 140, 123, 140.
$60. Jim, you require 50.
Double top then to take the lead. And
That's
Jim
game short in the
McEwen
third leg.
does take
Jim
the
McEwen.
lead. Big, big moments for McEwen.
Forward leg is Mark to throw first. Game on.
And there you see what it
60.
means. If McEwen goes on to win this match, then he will return to the top of the table. That leg difference so healthy for Jim McEwen, and that could be the difference come the end of the day. He will join Robert Thornton on 16 points and will be the man
100.
to catch.
$100.
Brown v Painter next. Still trying to stay in the mix, Steve Brown, having lost his first 2 games today. And then Thornton will take on Mark Durbridge. The good news for Jim McEwen is, of course, that he's already
40.
played and beat Robert Thornton. So if they both keep winning, and he's gonna get that top spot because he's got that massive leg difference advantage.
100.
This game is far from sorted. Still in the balance. Needs another.
85. $140.
Grafting hard, isn't he, here?
Yeah.
Rutledge.
Well, he took out the 106, then missed the double for the 106. Now he's got 101. He is showing some fight.
81.
Doesn't want to be ruled out
Mark
yet.
require 101.
And he's just doing enough to ruffle the feathers of Jim McEwen. Double 12.
77.
Right on the wire.
Strange day that defeat to Kevin Painter might not actually be that damaging to Mark Durbridge. I know it did at the time make it less likely, but it's about beating the players above you, isn't it? If you can beat all of them, then suddenly he's in the race.
Mark, you require 24.
Chucky's one of them, and double 12. I'll draw Durbridge level, double 6 now. And down for double 3.
18. Jim, you require 134.
Now Chris on the doubles.
Maybe McEwen might look at 54 here. And then 2 tops.
No score.
Wow. Well, he actually, that reaction shows
6.
you that he threw that intentionally.
Yep.
Yeah, that's game shot on the fourth.
Fortunately for him, that's possibly the best thing that could have happened because
Fifth and final leg.
no, it doesn't make any difference.
Game on.
Because he was shocked, wasn't he? It wasn't like it was a loose start. He seemed to
Yep.
actually aim at the treble 20, which was bizarre because if you've got 80 left and you hit a single 20, then at my score that left 60.
Yeah, what he's thinking there is he's not at the top,
64.
so he immediately thinking 80 left.
Yeah. But yeah, I think you're right. The fact that Durbridge hit probably just took a little bit of the pain away there.
Yeah, just eased the pain.
37.
Might have been a clever ploy to miss on purpose, make him have another go. But there's jeopardy in that as well. 2-2.
58.
Struggling to find a treble. Pressure will play its part in this deciding leg. Both aware of the importance of the 2 points available here.
$99.
Just doing enough to keep his nose in front at the moment, but one big visit from Flash can turn the tables. Now he needs to make sure he gets a treble.
59.
Has an advantage, McEwen.
$60.
Well, the irony of hitting that treble that he didn't want at the end of the previous leg, and now he's really struggling to find that treble 20.
Mark found himself a ton behind before this beautiful max.
180.
First to a finish. Jim would love to back him up and leave tops.
$123.
Ever so close
140.
to doing so. Now, options for Durbridge. It looks like a good guide. Yeah, he did stay there. Could have chosen to go tops himself.
120.
Hits the
Jim
Shanghai
required
just
97.
for something and giggles. Double now for McEwen. Double 19 would have left tops.
57. Mark, you required 20.
But Durbridge damages McEwen's bid to win the group. A 3-2 success for Flash. That means that McEwen remains second. Robert Thornton is top of the table on his own now on 16 points. 14 McEwen, 14 Brown, and 12 Mark Durbridge, who's not yet out of this race. Steve Brown will return to the stage after the break when he takes on Kevin Painter on the back of 4 straight wins.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this special week. It's double trouble, double in, double out, and we are going to find out at the end of the day who will be the first through to finals night on Saturday. We'll recap what's happened so far today. These are the 6 results that have happened so far. Neil Duff beating Steve Brown before Jim McEwen got the better of Robert Thornton in a key match. Kevin Painter carrying on his winning run against Mark Durbridge. Thornton then beating Brown as well, and Painter making it 4 wins on the spin before Durbridge just got a big victory against Jim McEwen. Kevin Painter has kind of been the form player in this group. He's produced some fantastic stuff so far. The artist, as I mentioned, 4 straight wins. It all started yesterday when he beat Neil Duff, and he beat him again today to make it 4 wins in a row. Change of plan from Painters. Usually double 16 had been his target, but back to tops to take out that brilliant finish of 108 to win the match against Neil Duff. It means that pair are maybe going to battle it out for the wooden spoon in this group, but Painter will be feeling good at the moment. If we look at the Group A table, you'll see that Painter has actually joined Duff on 8 points, but the title race is still very much alive, and maybe even between 4 players. Mark Durbridge with that win before the break, moving 2 behind Steve Brown and Jim McEwen, and Robert Thornton remains top on 16 points. So Kevin Painter is about to take on Steve Brown. They're just completing their practice starts behind me now. So without further ado, we'll get the game underway, and I will join Chris Mason to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Murph. Yeah, well, on Monday it was a 3-0 win for Brown against Painter yesterday. A little closer, went to a deciding leg, with Steve Brown getting the better again of Kevin Painter, but this is a slightly different version of KP over the past 4 matches he's been involved
First
in.
leg is Steve to throw
And
first.
of course,
Game on.
it's not been the best of days so far. Steve Brown going down 3-1 to Neil Duff.
120.
And then going down 3-2 in a narrow one to Robert Thornton. One that he probably feels like he should have got
67.
something out of. But Kevin Painter's performances so far today, especially last time out in the win over Neil Duff, where he played a very good version of Neil Duff, who averaged 89-85. Kevin Painter getting the win 3-1, 60% on his doubles, 108 finish, and an average of 91.5.
33.
Yeah, he's become very good to watch, hasn't he, Kevin Painter? And we've seen less of the shoulder shrugs and angry expressions and much more of just
81.
assertiveness and comfort, really, on that stage.
Yeah, after
130.
After day one, he was obviously desperately disappointed. Always wants to do well, always wants to perform.
85.
And then he probably felt like the world was against him for the opening 3 matches on Tuesday. But since picking up that first win, he's not looked back.
96. Steve, you require
Now
120.
4 from the last 4 matches played. And he'll love to keep that run continuing here. Steve Brown, of course, himself will be looking to find his
60.
first win of the day.
You require
And
170.
put himself back in the mix.
Well, he's going to have a chance to win the first leg. And Painter unable to
34.
produce a maximum
Steve, you
finish
require
and
60.
not even really managing to nibble much off it.
Yeah,
So
that's
Brown,
game shot in the
with
first
ease.
leg. Steve Brown.
Takes out the 60 to lead this match.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
First meeting between this pair came some 17 years ago at a PDC Players Championship
No score.
event, but an event that was held in Chicago, Mace. You'll probably remember this one, the Windy City Open.
I do remember it well.
Yeah, they met in 2007 in that event, and Painter beat him in the quarterfinals. The tournament eventually won by Ronnie Baxter, beating a man in the final that we just spoke about actually in the previous match,
No
James
score.
Wade. I'm looking for Chris Mason. I have found him last 16. Lost out to a certain Peter Manley.
Oh, that wouldn't have left me particularly happy.
95.
He had beaten Steve Beaton in the previous round. And there was 2 Steve Browns in that tournament, of course. There's a version from the USA as well.
54.
I think I had a...
Kevin Painter there just went for a double 17. There's a story behind that, isn't there?
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't
137.
tell you anything about it yet. Yeah, I think I did well in the cricket out there as at that one.
Well, we have been asking for your ideas for
59.
different formats. We will take them all seriously.
Well, I would love to see a cricket tournament, but it'd be
76.
as a broadcast, it would be very hard to the casual player to understand what on earth's going on. If
Yeah.
you joined a leg halfway through, you'd be wondering what's going on when
would.
someone is spending the next 10 minutes throwing at
96.
treble 15 while the other person is throwing at treble 16.
And we're trying to get the balance between serious
140.
competitive games that are good to watch, and we do obviously have challenges that players take part in outside of their actual Super Series matches. So if you've got any ideas for those as well, please feel free to get in touch at MSS Darts across our social
100.
media networks.
Steve, you require 53.
Steve Brown wasting no time here.
Yeah, that's game shot.
60 out on tops, 53 out on tops, 2-0 against Kevin Painter, whose winning streak is now under threat.
Third leg
I'd
is
like
Steve to
to-
throw first.
I'd like to see some of the challenges, see some players have a go at the half-it game.
Just explain that one for us.
5.
Well, whatever your score is, if you don't, there's a sequence of targets that you've got to aim at. If you don't hit them, your score is halved from what you attain from what you hit. And
60.
it finishes cruelly on the ball.
$84.
Yeah, we've had a fair few suggestions for those types of challenges. Of course, we do have our regular bullseye challenge. We've done round the world. We've got something new coming for you
140.
this week. All available right here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be doing a Shanghai
140.
surprise, which will, again, explain itself when we do it.
I also like the idea of the... I
100.
think they call it cops and robbers, where you sort of
Yes.
chase each other around the board. Problem is, you get two good players who just
They'll be up
go
there an
on
hour.
song, yeah.
60.
You might not have the time to film it.
$100. Steve, you require
Well, Steve Brown
112.
has been clinical in this game, and Kevin Painter hasn't been able to get going. Doesn't have to stay there.
72 left, treble 16.
88. Kevin,
Oh,
you
that
require
is forcing
101.
Kevin into taking this 101 out.
Not going to do it.
69.
So back to the old
Steve, you
results and back to the
require
head
24.
shaking from Kevin Painter. Steve Brown wants double six
Game
to
shot
pick off
and a
Painter
match.
and get
Steve
what is a
Brown.
very important win for him. The lead in the league just keeps changing hands, and that puts Brown back on top. 2 defeats today, but then he digs out a win against Kevin Painter, ending a 4-match winning streak for the artist, and he does it so emphatically that he now actually leads the league on leg difference. He goes ahead of Robert Thornton, but that may change again in the next match because the Thorn is in action against Mark Durbridge. So this topsy-turvy group continues on Double Trouble week, and Mark Durbridge is hoping to give the leaders a little bit more trouble. If Durbridge can win this game against Robert Thornton, then there will be just 2 points between 4 players in this group. Brown top on 16, Thornton a leg behind him on the same points, Jim McEwen on 14 points and Mark Durbridge on 12. Win this and you're very much in it, Mark, but if you lose it, that will be your race run in terms of trying to qualify for finals night. So a huge, huge game fraught with jeopardy here for Mark Durbridge, but he did beat Jim McEwen in his previous match rather impressively.
First leg, it's
He
Robert
just
De
managed
Vroo
to
first.
find a way to win, didn't he? This is a fascinating tie.
$96.
Met on Monday, and it was Thornton winning 3-1 with a near 94 average.
No score.
Revenge for Dubby yesterday, winning 3-1 himself with a 85.5 average. That beautiful 1-4-6 out and 3 out of 3 on the doubles.
60.
Gonna need some of that here in this one, you fancy.
He's going to need better darts than those 3. They were horrible. I actually thought he'd forgot that it was double start. The first one was so far away. Puts it right quickly.
And then does that.
60.
It is a funny old game.
Well, the most imperfect of perfect legs
59.
is now on. 3 darts just chucked anywhere, and then a perfect 160 start. You wouldn't have put it past Mark Durbridge to fire in a 180 after that.
100.
Well, he somehow got himself, well, got his nose slightly in front here.
60.
Got them out of the way, didn't he?
95.
Just hoping he doesn't end the leg like he started it.
He's got to find a treble, and does.
86. Mark, you require 146.
Durbridge still with the advantage.
Can't repeat the feat of 24 hours ago when he found this fabulous finish.
92. Robert, you
Against
require
Robert Thornton.
140.
I was going to say, maybe it's payback time.
Thornton.
100.
Oh, that's a
Mark, you require 54.
brilliant dart. Will it count for anything? Double top.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Mark Durbridge. Second leg is Mark to throw first.
So
Game
Durbridge
on.
does take the first leg. Now this is going to get really interesting if he wins this game. I ran through it briefly at the start, but absolutely nail-biting finish on the cards.
No score.
If Durbridge wins this, it would be 16-16, 14-14 between Brown, Thornton, McEwen and Durbridge.
56.
And these two have played 14 times in official competition, dating back as far as 2006 in a UK Open qualifier.
No
In fact,
score.
Mark Durbridge lost his first 6 meetings over a course of 5 years against Robert Thornton.
100.
And the last time they met was back in October of 2023, and it was a 5-4 win
36.
for Mark Durbridge. But their head-to-head record reads Robert Thornton 11, Mark Durbridge 3.
140.
Yeah, he was someone who was right up there, wasn't he, Robert Thornton? In the high reaches of the world rankings.
42.
Yeah, he was an elite player, wasn't he?
Yeah, top 8 Premier League player for a couple of years. He Of course, had those 2 big PDC major wins to
58.
go with the World Masters that he won, like Durbridge did.
I think we discussed it yesterday. The beauty with
78.
Thornton's 2 big majors that he beat the 2 key players in World Darts in both the finals, one being MVG, the other being Phil Taylor.
87.
Yeah, never did it the easy way, did
That's
he,
the
Robert
icing on the cake, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll come back to one of those wins in particular
140.
in a minute,
requires
because he's looking
60.
at winning this leg on his favourite double.
That's
Doesn't
game
mind
for the
double
second
10
leg.
either.
Robert Thornton.
1-1 back on throw.
Yeah, just wanted to touch on that 2012 UK Open
Third leg is
victory
Robert to throw first. Game on.
for Robert Thornton, because that tournament is it's drawn out, isn't it? Every round, it's
Yep.
an open
36.
draw. Now, if he'd have looked at his path, if it had been a pre-drawn event like all the others in a bracket, if he'd looked at that, he'd have thought this is going to be impossible. Robert Thornton played
61.
Mark Webster in his opening match, beat him 9-7. Now, Webster then was fresh off the back of that Players' Championship final. Very, very good player then.
180.
He then beat Gary Anderson. Then got the better of Dennis Priestley.
Wow.
Wes Newton, who was in quarterfinals just about everything then. Dave
Yep.
Chisnell in the semis. And
96.
Phil Taylor in the final.
Wow. Yeah, that is some run.
41. $134.
180 in this leg from Thornton.
85.
Could have put him in pole position, but actually just handed that baton back to Durbridge. Thornton not on a finish after that slip.
60.
These two actually met in the Players' Championship
135.
finals as
Mark
well, when-
require 150.
Robert was seeded 14. Edged out Dubby in a last leg decider.
$58. Robert, you require 24. Yeah, that's game shot in the third leg. Robert Thornton.
So Thornton does cross the
Forward
line in leg
it's
3.
Mark to throw first. Game on.
Reminder now of the situation for Mark Durbridge. It is do or die. If Thornton wins this match, he'll be
No score.
6 points clear of Durbridge, and Durbridge will only be able to win 4 more points. That would mean he would join Neil Duff and Kevin Painter in not being able to win the group. And it would make life very hard for, in particular, Jim McEwen as well. He'll be 4 points adrift of Thornton suddenly after Durbridge beat him.
80.
Yeah, Thornton's run to win the Grand Prix. Round 1, Gurney. 2-0. Round 2, Justin Pipe, 3-0.
121.
Ian White, 3-2. Then Mensa Silovic in the semi. And then MVG in the final. He beat a very good version of MVG, who averaged 96.79 in a double start format, as Dubby is trying to claw his way back in this one.
It was a thrilling final, as I recall
Yeah,
that
it was
one.
incredible.
Went 9 sets.
$60.
Well, that might be the visit that just gives Robert Thornton the initiative here. Another treble
80.
Oh, well, that's a brilliant bit of luck for Mark Durbridge. Right on time. Even a single 20 there. Robert Thornton's on 130.
Yeah. A checkout that only requires the one treble in the combination.
105. Robert, you require 150.
He's not going to take out this one, so Durbridge will get, barring a disaster, at least one double
90.
here
Mark, you require 76.
to restore order in this match at 2-2. 16. Double top.
56.
Is that
Robert,
for Mark
you require
Durbridge?
60.
Oh, close. Double 10. Moves back to the starting position
Game shot
and
the
pins
match,
the double.
Robert Thornton.
That will deny Durbridge victory in Group A. He now cannot win the group. There are now 3 in the race, but it's a race that's been led clearly by Robert Thornton. Bouncing back from that defeat in match 1 today when he lost out to Jim McEwen, but he's beaten a couple of his other rivals in the group, and he's eliminated one of them in Mark Durbridge by seeing him off by 3 legs to 1. He's now 2 points clear of Steve Brown and 4 clear of Jim McEwen, who will have to get the win against Neil Duff in the next game.
Match number 9 of 15 as we reach the final stages of what's been a enthralling Group A. Neil Duff taking on Jim McEwen, and it is a must-win game for Jim McEwen, who last time out was edged out 3-2 to Mark Durbridge, and that pretty much ended his hopes.
Yeah, absolutely did. Beaten by Robert Thornton. Mark Durbridge in the previous match, so he's not going to win the group either. We know Painter, Duff and Durbridge can't win the group. But if Jim McEwen is beaten here in match 9, then he will be pretty much out of it as well. Still mathematically in because he does have a better leg difference, but he'll be relying on Robert Thornton losing both of his final games and him winning both of his. And there's also Steve Brown to contend with as well.
Yeah, and Robert Thornton will be playing Kevin Painter in his penultimate match of the day next, and then faces Neil Duff in the penultimate game of the afternoon.
No score.
Jim McEwen had the perfect start to the day when he beat Robert Thornton. That's exactly what he needed to do, but it's all turned around since
24.
then. McEwen then losing out to Durbridge, as Mace mentioned, and Thornton winning 2 games, meaning that his fellow Scott has got the march on him.
$100.
Is there going to be another twist in the tail of what's already been a wonderful
100.
Group A, and it's only going to get better. Tomorrow, of course, double session day here at the Super Series, and Friday. Don't forget, you can join us Saturday night here at the Modus Live Lounge. Head over to www.dartshop.tv. All the ticket information there. The tickets are free. It's a £2 booking fee.
140.
And you can get up close and personal in this wonderfully intimate venue.
Yeah, if you want to be lazy about it, I think in the next leg we'll give you
46.
a QR code that you can scan.
Are you a QR coder?
99.
Convenient, isn't it? I tell you what I've started doing recently. I mean, I know it's not a recent invention, but that scan as your shop changed my life.
Well, I don't mind it, but then annoyingly, if there's something you've got to weigh in that process, they make you take all your shopping out and put it back through again, and I can't be bothered with that. I'm all for speeding the process up, but when I do that, check out
42.
yourself.
Jim, you require
Just
120.
spend most of the time shouting one of the staff over to tell the till to let me continue.
Well, Jim McEwen can't manage this checkout.
60. Neil, you require 56.
And Duff can help himself to this one on the McEwen double tops.
Yeah,
and it
that's
goes
good.
to break throw in leg
Neil
1.
Duff.
There's been some
Second leg is Jim
spoiling
the
going on
throw
today,
first.
hasn't there?
Game on.
Yeah, Neil Duff beating Steve Brown. And then Jim McEwen, well, he's not really a spoiler, is he? But Kevin Painter beating Mark
80.
Durbridge was certainly one. And then Durbridge beating McEwen at that stage, wasn't it? That seemed to be very big at the time.
160.
Yeah, that is that QR code that will get you here on Saturday night. We'll take you to the ticket page to get yourself here anyway. Just scan that,
140.
and that will get you where you need to go to secure your spot at this double trouble finals night. Definitely one worth coming to, and all of the Series 7
45.
finals nights are available to book as well.
Can they book Champions Week this far ahead?
Yep, the whole of Series 7 is there.
100.
Make a weekend of it down here in Pompey.
Players in this week, of course, not eligible to qualify for Champions Week through this
100.
week. This is a standalone special, but I'm sure most, if not all of them, will be involved in Series 7.
Yep. Outside of
45.
Luke Littler, are we going to see somebody else manage to pick up double Champions Week titles?
Well, you know what? When Littler was going for 3, I thought that would
30.
probably be the ceiling for anyone. But
I think 2 is doable.
Yeah, agreed. Somebody might get to 3, but I don't ever see anyone getting more than 3.
Well, my thoughts on that. Oh, 88 for a 136.
120.
Is that someone capable of winning 3 in a season is more than likely going to be getting a card.
Yeah.
58. Jim, you
looking to
require 16.
get it back after Scott Taylor.
Yes, congratulations
game
to
two on the
Scott,
second
who was
line.
our
Jim McEwen.
Series 6 Champions Week winner on Saturday night. I'm
Third
sure
leg,
he's a
it's Neil
player
the
that
throw
would...
first. Game on.
Well, he'll have one eye on Q School in January, but he'll certainly have an eye on doing back-to-back Champions Week
No
titles.
score.
Yeah, I think to do 3 overall, if someone like McEwen may manage that, but to do 3 on the spin
120.
would be quite incredible. Littler was on for it until he was eliminated from his weekly finals night by a certain Sebastian Białecki.
60.
Didn't Littler beat Scott Taylor in one of the weekly finals?
I think he did, yeah.
125.
Yeah, I think my favourite weekly final was the one against Andy Bartons, who also is on the professional tour now.
60.
When Bartons had actually beaten Littler in all 3 of their Group A games, qualified, and then was on the wrong end of something rather special in the most important match.
100.
And one of those few players who was able to get his tour card without actually having to go to qualifying school. Doesn't happen often these days. Luke Littler.
93. Jim, you require
156 here for
156.
McEwen.
$100.
You'll take that.
I think we've got a couple of players here, in fact, probably a few players this week who are certainly capable of holding tour cards.
Yeah, Darryl Pilgrim being the one that springs to mind
140.
straight
Jim,
away.
you require 56. Yeah, that's game shot on the
McEwen,
third line.
dead
Jim
centre on
McEwen.
tops. We said he needs to win
Forward
this
line is
game,
Jim
and
to
he's now
throw
one away
first.
from doing that.
Game on.
And we could talk about it all day, but PDC do use the qualifying school system, and I think here at the Super Series we benefit from that because it does inevitably mean that
65.
the 128 professional players are not necessarily the best 128 players.
$40.
Certainly would be an advocate for more to progress through the Challenge Tour and have a more tiered system, but
85.
having spent so much time here, I'm quite happy that they don't.
Yeah, I think we've talked about it
100.
before. I think it should almost be like a promotion and relegation. Promotion from the Challenge Tour and possibly a couple from Dev Tour, and then relegation from those down, and maybe limit the spots that can
140.
come through Q School.
Yeah, agreed.
I think you should be rewarded more for committing to a tour,
60.
for it to carry such little relevance. I think is unjust.
I think it maybe should almost be a long-term plan to get to the aim where qualifying school is to get on the Challenge Tour and not the professional
94.
tour.
I agree. That would be the correct way to do it. Show that you have enough quality to go on to the Challenge Tour, yet the very elite end of the Challenge Tour is
140.
rewarded by
Jim, you require
Yeah.
117.
And you get that buffer of the players that fall off the Pro Tour, go on to the Challenge Tour.
and not back into Q School. I agree.
Well, Jim McEwen, he's looking to keep himself in contention here at the Super Series.
97. Neil, you require 161.
You would expect to be back. 161 is a big ask.
Shots on. Ooh.
81.
Throws that last
Jim, you
dart away
require
effectively.
20.
There's McEwen. Takes aim at double 10. Yeah,
Game
Jim
shot.
McEwen does
And
the
a
job.
match. Jim McEwen.
Keeps his hopes alive. Very much alive as well. Neil Duff knew he was done. And McEwen records a 3-1 win despite some decent stuff from Duff in that game. McEwen back to his best, 91.12 the average, 3 out of 5 on the doubles as well for Jim McEwen there. And more importantly, 2 points that takes him to 16, 2 behind Robert Thornton, who plays next against Kevin Painter.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're about to reach the climax of the double start week here. And it's looking like a bit of a grandstand finish, isn't it, Mace?
Yeah, it's down to Robert Thornton now. It's in his hands. He just has to remain unbeaten for the rest of the session, and he'll be the first man through to Saturday night.
Yeah, we'll get the recap of the results and show you the remaining fixtures for today right now. And we were just saying it in comms, there's been a lot of spoiling going on. It started with Neil Duff beating Steve Brown. Kevin Painter then sort of eliminated Mark Durbridge seemingly at that point from the race, but then Durbridge beating McEwen was another one that sort of turned things around. So it was handy really for Brown, Thornton and McEwen to finally all win together and keep this really tight.
Yeah, we thought Brown was out of it, and he looked out of it at one stage, but the way it's just worked out and the way the results have panned out, it's still very much on. I mean, it's still very much on, but it is down to Robert Thornton. He knows it's in his hands. He doesn't have to rely on results going his way, but the chase impact will keep the pressure applied, and that's why I think we will have a bit of a grandstand finish. There are going to be some nerves.
Yeah, Thornton very much in pole position then, particularly after beating Steve Brown earlier on today. He'd lost already to Jim McEwen in his first match, but then he gets the better of Brown to really assume control of the group.
Yeah, and it was a game that could have gone either way, as you could see. There were what the scores were at the end of leg 5, and just sometimes those little key results going your way tell you who's gonna get through. But I think Steve Brown is a player who, if he doesn't win it today, will go into Thursday and Friday with a lot of confidence, and he's looking nailed on, of course, to go into Group B, which isn't easier in terms of the field, but certainly easier in terms of qualification with 3 from 5 progressing.
Another player I wanted to talk about, Mark Durbridge. He's just kept hanging around, hasn't he? Just won't go away.
Yeah, I think he's struggling to really find consecutive good performances. He's having to battle a lot, but I'm very much of the thinking that Mark Durbridge is a player that can play himself into form throughout the week, very much like we've seen Neil Duff do in the past, and certainly what we're seeing with Steve Brown at the moment. And you could say that probably about Kevin Painter.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the table then, see how all that is put together. We mentioned Robert Thornton, the leading light in the group. Look, we know that Durbridge now can't win it, but he's still got a chance of getting into Group B. But it's looking like the top 3 will be winner and the 2 Group B places. Is Thornton going to hold on, or do you think there are more twists and turns yet?
I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be relatively happy with his run-in. I think, listen, all Steve Brown and Jim McEwen can do is just win their 2 remaining games and just hope that Robert Thornton slips off, or someone, you mentioned that word a little earlier, someone becomes a real spoiler. And if that happens, we are in for a really exciting final couple of matches.
Well, talking of spoilers, Kevin Painter did manage to put together a 4-match winning streak after losing his first 8. Now, that run has ended, but he did beat Robert Thornton yesterday, winning this match, and it's all open again.
Absolutely, and he'll fancy it again. Some players can just find a way to raise their game against certain players, and because Robert's on top, that will give Kevin extra motivation to probably try and turn him over again, because that's where it all started for him. He'll have fond memories of that match, and of course, what's important for Neil and Kevin is to get some positivity in their game going into tomorrow and Friday.
Absolutely. Well, Thornton about to take on Kevin Painter and trying to take another step towards finals night on Saturday. And there's a simple step-by-step process for you to be there as well.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yes, indeed. Do follow the advice of our esteemed colleagues and book your place a ticket at a Saturday night. That's what Robert Thornton's trying to do. And a win against Kevin Painter here would put him on the brink of securing it. He'd get to 20 points, which is the most that Messrs McEwen and Brown can amass today. And they're going to play each other in the game that follows. So we will know then which other player drops out of the race. Of course, Painter, as we mentioned, did beat Robert Thornton in the curtain closer of yesterday.
It's Kevin through
and if he can do that again, then it keeps this group wide open.
Yeah, it wasn't a particularly high quality performance, but it was a grafting and grinding performance against Thornton yesterday, who, for me, just ran out of gas. He's looking a lot sharper today. Would have had a fairly long drive down after the weekend, where he was, of course, involved in the World Seniors, and both players kicking off with 160. Painter doing what Durbridge did in a match a little earlier, not getting away, and then breaking with 160.
under 180
180.
from Robert Thornton there. What a start for him.
42. Robert, you requires 68. 28.
Divine leg of darts from Robert Thornton.
Yeah, tops after 12. In a leg that's, let's not forget that Kevin Painter started himself
140.
with a
Robert, you requires
160.
40.
Robert Thornton looking to right the wrongs
20.
from yesterday, but he's given Painter
Kevin,
an
you
opportunity at
require
78
78.
that I'm sure KP didn't expect to be getting.
Can he take the chance?
58. Robert, you require 20.
I don't really think he can complain too much at losing this leg. It's been brilliant from Robert Thornton, but of course the leg is never
Yeah,
won
that's
until the
Gibson in the
doubles hit,
first
and
one.
that one is hit
Robert
by the Thorn.
Yeah,
The
it's
draw
just
first
when you get that opportunity, Murph, you don't think you're going to get,
Second leg
and
is
you
Robert to
squander
throw
it. It
first.
just leaves
Game
you massively frustrated. And of course, more bad news for KP.
40.
It was a break of throw. Thornton getting away with his final dart in the turn. Oh, double one there.
22. 60.
Robert Thornton's fate, as myself and Murph mentioned when we did our little recap, it's in his own hands. He gets the better of Kevin here,
80.
and then the better of Neil Duff in match number 14, and he knows he's got his spot in
80.
Saturday night's final. Whilst the rest of the field in this Group A will have to go
55.
again across Thursday and Friday in two extremely tough groups, irrelevant of where you find yourself, whether it will be in Group C, which is where
140.
Kevin Painter will find himself. So a nicer start for him tomorrow. A 1 o'clock start in the afternoon. The players are far more familiar with that, which is very familiar, Murph, to the start time of the Pro
31.
Tours and qualifiers, etc.
Yeah, it should suit a lot of the players. I even just think after
42.
the early mornings, just having a little bit of extra time in the morning to prepare, or in my case, sleep.
45.
You sleep, Murph?
Robert, you require 139.
Only on Thursday and Friday mornings.
Triple 18's the shot.
115.
Great recovery.
I think this is pretty much it. If Thornton wins this match, then he can start thinking about some extra sleep himself.
43.
Well,
Robert, you
only
require
one
24.
other player can get to 20 points, can't they?
Yeah, and he kind of probably hopes that McEwen loses to Brown, because
That's game shot in the second leg.
McEwen
Robert
still has a
Thornton.
superior leg difference. I mean, it's getting closer with Robert Thornton's
Third
dominance
leg,
in
it's
the last
Kevin
couple of
through
games.
first.
3-1
Game
against Dubbridge, looking to go 3-0 here against Painter, who did lose 3-0 in his last match, came crashing back down to earth of the bank.
73.
But Thornton straight in
120.
with a 120. Keeping the pressure applied. Yeah, the raise of the eyebrows from Kevin.
41.
This could be over in double quick time.
131.
Maybe Robert Thornton has been earmarking this game as a little bit of revenge.
Absolutely.
One hundred and 40. 86.
Needs a biggie.
140. Robert, you require 164. $100. Gavin, you require 107.
Well, to stay in it. Look at the snarl as he approaches. 10 for tops. Oh,
that's
lovely.
than the third line.
Well,
Gavin
yeah.
Painter.
That's how easy he can make it.
Absolute class from KP. 15
Forward like
darter.
it's Robert to throw first.
Back to back 140s in that leg to leave the 107, and he was right under it.
79.
Robert Thornton was poised on 64 after 12.
$90.
That was interesting.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just don't know.
Especially after hitting tops to win the last leg.
41.
Yeah, surely you would feel comfortable in it. It's right on the end of your throw, but never second guess a dart player, Murph. You know that.
Well, we have noted Kevin Painter as a
50.
player who likes to change things up. The darts themselves, what double he starts on. This format just gives him another thing he can keep switching around with.
Well, he was dynamite on double
140.
16 earlier in the day, wasn't he? In terms of using it as a starting double.
$140.
This game may not be quite done yet. That 140, putting Painter back in the picture.
140.
That 140 may be putting him back out of the picture.
Treble 18 is ideal.
57. Robert, you require
57
101.
isn't ideal.
$49.
Well, the
Gavin, you require
107 was
156.
sublime from Kevin Painter. This would be out of this world.
KP would go nuts if this goes in.
$81. Robert,
up
you
dry in the
require
end.
52.
Roasted.
And Robert Thornton,
12.
he's missed a couple of darts at his
Gavin, you
favourite double.
require 75.
I'm sure he's from Saltcoats, isn't he, if we want to carry on that.
If he's salty, if he loses the leg.
Oh, and now Painter with a bad taste in the mouth. Double. Oh,
23.
went through it even though he missed.
Robert, you require 40.
Double 10. Still not there. Now
20.
Painter's got to be kicking himself for wasting that dart.
Well, yeah, because now
Gavin, you
he has
require
to burn
52.
one to leave a double.
Yeah, that's game shot on the forward line. Gavin Painter.
Well, I'm not sure how. Well, I do know how. I'm looking at the
Fifth and
stats for
final
Robert.
leg. It's Gavin to throw
2 from
first.
13.
Came on.
I didn't notice any kind of exchange there. Did you?
No. No, just no eye contact. Did sort of touch
118.
fist,
Yep.
but without looking at each other. I think they are the two types of players that are total competitors, and
60.
they would have been arm in arm until they got to the steps, and then suddenly on the stage, that's it. War paint on.
100.
Yep. Out comes the fight face. At the moment, Gavin Painter has got Thornton on the
41.
ropes. Just an ironic clap. Know that feeling.
It was looking so good for Thornton, wasn't it? 2-0 up. He's mismatched
95.
darts.
Multiple match darts. I lost count.
Yeah, me too. And Kevin Painter is going to be that spoiler once again, and it's going to blow this group wide open.
44.
Thornton will remain, of course, top of the pile, but of
Be vulnerable.
Well, more than vulnerable, because if Jim McEwen does win the next match and he's top, he's got a better leg difference.
140.
It's as it stands, it's out of Thornton's hands.
100. Gavin, you require 48.
One of them's going to join him on 18 points because he's let this lead slip.
16.
Kevin's turn to miss match darts.
26.
Robert
Gavin, you
Thornton,
require
absolutely
32.
disgusted.
Yeah, I'm not the best lip reader, but I think it was the old Victor Meldrew there. I don't believe it. Well, you better believe it. Kevin Painter has turned it around. Robert Thornton squandering a 2-leg lead, and the artists taking full advantage. Thornton not sure where it went wrong there, and it could get even worse for the Thorn, because the two players that are chasing him are about to do battle. Jim McEwen and Steve Brown, and Thornton has opened the door for one of them to join him at the top of the tree. Stay with us for that. So then, this is the big one, the battle between the two players trying to usurp Robert Thornton from the top of the table. Jim McEwen in second place at the moment. Chucky looking to overturn the Thorn and get a victory that would move him to the top of the pile because of that superior leg difference. He takes on Steve Brown. Brown is a player in third place, tied on 16 points with McEwen, and whoever wins this match will be the big rival, the main rival for Robert Thornton. Chris Mason Brown has been sort of just doing enough the whole time to stay in contention, but Jim McEwen is the one that's the more serious challenger just because of that leg difference, and Robert Thornton slipping up against Kevin Painter has offered a marvellous opportunity.
Yeah, Steve looks like he's still got plenty in the locker and maybe can just produce a sprint at the end of this marathon. He has this match against Jim, and then he plays in the final match against Mark Durbridge. Jim's final match will be against
leg is Jim
the
to throw
spoiler
first.
himself, Kevin
Game on.
Painter. I'm not sure which run-in one would prefer. First and foremost, it's all about getting the win here.
No score.
So a little earlier this morning, I thought 20 points would be the number.
100.
And I still think that will be the case.
Yeah, but it might be the case that second place also gets 20 points and someone misses out on that mark. Jim McEwen off the mark at the start of this one.
20.
Eventually finds a dart in the double on dart 6. So already an 80-point
83.
advantage plus those.
So just
59.
to put you properly in the picture, there you see Robert Thornton on 18 points. The winner of this one will join him. This is an in-play
100.
table, so this is the pair's 14th and penultimate match of the group. But you just see that the one thing that Jim McEwen really has the advantage on is that plus 11 leg difference. Even if he were to lose this match 3-0,
40.
he'd still have a better leg difference than Robert Thornton. Of course, if that were the case, he'd end up with a slightly worse difference than Steve Brown. So you need Brown's going to need that kind of result, isn't he? You need those
3-0,
kind of swings.
3-1.
He's gone the right way about it to start.
Yeah, strong opening leg down to 84 after 12.
69. Steve, you require 84.
No need to bother with the bullseye. In fact, he's taken that out by being
that's
so
James on the
good
first leg. Steve
on the
Brown.
treble 20, and it's a perfect start for Steve Brown.
And a break of throw.
Second leg is Steve to throw first.
Yeah, 14
He-
darter as well, but I think psychologically leaving Jim McEwen over 300 when he went out is a really good play.
Steve Brown getting involved
57.
in the double 19 attack.
Won't see McEwen going there. It'll be 40 or 36.
No score.
Or neither.
Well, this is exactly the same kind of start to the previous leg.
84.
He didn't go away till dart 6 in leg 1. Improves in leg 2.
65.
Brown has managed
83.
to turn up for the big matches, hasn't he? When he's needed to win, he's dug something out. Beaten in his first match, of course, today by Neil Duff.
And on Monday, Steve Brown got the better of
95.
Jim. 3-2 in a tight one. And he did the double over him yesterday, 3-2, and it was a real
100.
high-quality game. Steve winning with a 92-76, 60% on doubles, and that included a beautiful 1-4-2 out, didn't it? Treble 17 tops.
Yeah, and he's averaging higher than that in this
57.
match. But worryingly for Jim McEwen, he hasn't even scored a 3-figure shot yet. No tons.
97.
No goes at doubles at the end of legs.
Yeah, and what Brown's got to do is jump all over that. It's the cruel side to sport. When your opponent's struggling, you gotta bury him.
I'm going to tell you how bad it was for Jim McEwen.
121.
That
Steve,
one
you
visit
require 80.
has just put 10 points on his average.
$40.
But even when it went right, it went wrong because the wayward dart has actually left him without a finish. Had he just managed to stay straight, he would have had a shot.
45.
And this is
Steve,
the
you
wrong
require
time
40.
for Jim McEwen to be putting in a performance like this.
Jim, you require 118.
But if he gets out of this first two legs level, I'm going to run downstairs and ask him for tonight's lottery numbers.
Should stay there for double 19.
$58. Steve, you require 10.
Double 5 for Brown. And now double 2.
6.
Well, he's had a real chance
Jim, you
here for a
require
two-leg lead.
60.
Yeah, 6 darts missed at a double in this match. 5 of them, and 6 of them coming in this leg, of course.
$20.
McEwen would
Steve, you
have not
require
expected that
4.
opportunity. 2 darts at tops. Fails to take it.
That's awkward. That's a
That's
wonderful
game
dart.
shot on the second leg. Steve
Yeah,
Brown.
he knows it. Look at the reaction.
Third leg is Jim the throw
That was one of
first.
those you just sort of crash it in and hope for the best.
$60.
At least he's away on the first visit this time.
No
Steve
score.
Brown. Steve Brown's turn not to get off.
$100.
We saw in the previous match how things can change. Remember, Robert Thornton had led that 2-0. He was pretty much home and hosed in terms of winning the group. Kevin Painter won that match.
38.
Brown again from tops to 19s, and he's done it successfully again.
$46. $96.
Still to come, Durbridge Duff. McEwen plays Painter. Duff against Thornton, and Brown against Durbridge. So in the last set of matches, all of the
55.
players in the race avoid each other.
99.
The first of the Euro Tour qualifiers are underway at
180.
the end of this leg or match. I'll run you through some of the early results and casualties.
95. Jim, you require 60. Yeah, that's game shot on the third leg. Jim McEwen.
Josh Payne gone 6-5 to Klassen. Keegan Brown
Fourth
through
leg, it's
6-5
Steve
to
throw
Nick Kenny.
first. Game on.
Aaron Monk through, beating Grundy 6-3. Mentzasulovic through with 110 average. He is producing some big numbers at the moment.
No score.
Sedlacek through, Dylan Slevin through, Landman through against Lauby 6-0. Out though in the top 80, Scott Williams to Jeffrey de Graaf, who we saw down here at the Super Series playing so well.
120.
Very vampire out to Cameron Menzies, beaten through. Mervyn
40.
King through against Ian White. Mervyn King 102 average. Callan Ridge through 6-5.
$95. $140.
Luke Littler proving that he is human, Murph. Currently 2-0 down
100.
to Jitsi van der Waal. Averaging just 80. My kind of numbers. Hope for me yet.
You wait, mate. You wait. A few more minutes
57.
and that'll be 4-2. Jim McEwen hoping to make this one 2-2. Trailed it 2-0.
$42.
Yeah, Steve needs a big 2-treble visit here.
140. Jim, you require
Down to the easier finish of the two.
Is one going to stay in with a big finish? The answer to that is no. Is the other going to win with a big finish?
54. Steve, you require
Well,
124.
not only is he not taking it out, but he hasn't left it anywhere near as well placed as he should have. And Brown gets his chance. The ball.
91.
Yeah, it was a
Jim, you
way
require
away, but McEwen may
90.
only get a dart at that target himself.
Or 2 at double 15. The Michael Smith shot. And he gets it.
That's game shot
2-2 it is.
Jim McEwen.
Dart at the ball.
Fifth
for
and
Brown.
final leg is Jim to throw first. Game
We
on.
go to a decider.
How's he done it? How's he managed to dig deep and keep himself in this game? Well, two reasons really: an upturn in his own performance and a downturn in that of Steve Brown.
Yeah, Steve
No
Brown.
score.
2 from 10, but a mistake from McEwen. Can Steve punish?
40.
Gets off first, so that now sort of renders the throw irrelevant. Needs to find a double. May not be that one now. He's still going there. Surely he switches this time.
No score.
Really, a 6-start start. That should be the. It should be the leg, shouldn't it? And the match.
Seven. Finally activates on 8.
51.
Yeah, it can only go wrong now for Steve Brown if he makes mistakes. And there is
30.
one. Wow.
Oh, a 180 here from McEwen. He's right back in it.
And I think he knew that.
100.
2 treble turn was the minimum requirement, but at least leaving 350. He's got that opportunity. 6 starts to go out.
100.
Well, the only thing that leaves a finish here is a max, and that's not happening.
He just hasn't had his range, has he, in this game?
No, even on the doubles to get in.
55.
Been an inconsistent performance. To highlight that 90 finish to stay in it, but Steve Brown should get the opportunity to put him away and move himself
83.
level on points with Robert Thornton at the top of the table. Slightly superior leg difference. He'd be 1 leg ahead of the Thorn. Here comes the pressure.
140. Steve, you require 109.
Well, that's the problem with a slow start. All leg, you leave yourself
69.
needing a
Jim, you
180.
require 155.
Or needing a big finish like this.
That's not going to happen. So, again,
80.
Steve
you
Brown
require
has
40.
match darts.
$20.
Steve Brown misses match darts.
Jim, you require
Squandered
75.
opportunity.
Only 2 out of 13 now. Jim McEwen has ridden his luck. I think that is fair to say. Does Chucky get lucky?
30 fine.
Over the top, he misses his chance too.
Steve, you require 20.
Brown's head was down, but he's not
End
out.
shot, and a
The
match.
double is in.
Steve Brown.
That is the expression of a very relieved man who finally crosses the line in a tense tussle here at Double Trouble at the Modus Super Series. Brown now is top of the table. That victory. The stats don't matter. All that matters are the 2 points. It's left McEwen 2 behind the top 2. It could all still change because of the way the fixtures land towards the end of the day. He'll play Kevin Painter before Brown and Thornton have their final games. But for the moment, Brown top from Thornton by a single leg. Coming next, Mark Dudbridge meets Neil Duff. Right then, well, this one is, in a way, a little bit of a dead rubber, a practice match for later in the week. Mark Dudbridge and Neil Duff heading into Group C. So they are going to play each other a couple more times. Dudbridge can still get to 16 points, but he's 14 legs behind third place Jim McEwen, and I don't even think that my basic maths has missed that there, that means he's not going to be able to turn it around. Maximum 12 leg swing in 2 matches. In fact, McEwen's only got 1 match left anyway, and the fixtures after this, Mace, are going to be the crucial ones, and I think the way that they've set themselves are pretty perfect, aren't they?
Yeah, the way it's actually mapped out in the end. Well, we've got a situation where...
First leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, where McEwen plays Painter before Thornton and Brown
100.
play their matches. So if Jim McEwen wins, he'd actually be top of the table because of that leg difference, and he'd have to sit back and hope that Duff could do him a favour against Thornton and Durbridge can beat Brown.
120.
And that's all he can do after that defeat to Brown.
But it means that going into the final round of fixtures, we still have 3 potential
Qualifiers.
96.
Well, Durbridge had hoped to be one of those, but his day sort of slipped away. He's only won one of his 3 matches so far. That was
Ironic.
Jim McHugh.
Yeah, ironically against Jim. Jim going down to the Bristol boys today. That may ultimately
93.
cost him an automatic place into the final on Saturday.
$85. $68. Neil, you require 156.
Another one of those would have left double 18.
100. Mark, you require 144. $37. Neil, you require 56.
Oh, well, it's a miss, but a miss so wild
24.
and wide that
Mark, you require 107.
it meant he didn't get a second dart at double.
$71. Neil, you require 32. Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Neil Duff.
No trouble in the end for Neil Duff, who
Second leg is Neil to throw first.
will be determined, I'm
Game on.
sure, and as any of the players in this group would be, not to finish bottom of the pile.
120.
Which is where he finds himself at the moment. Although that's largely down to
8.
Kevin Painter's credit. You'd have told him after losing 8 consecutive matches that he'd get to
85.
double figures in points. And I think he would have bitten your hand off.
Yeah. And he goes into tomorrow and Friday in a totally different frame of mind, of course.
125. $41.
Forensic inspection from the referee Marco Meyer.
$140.
Sometimes you've got to do that. Get in the way of the player so that they don't retrieve the darts before you've managed to make certain of the score.
180.
No doubt about that one.
$140. Neil, you require 75.
So treble 17, now single 18, and tops.
Yeah, that's game shot in the second leg.
Solid.
Neil Duff.
15 darter from Neil. Just to confirm into the final
Third leg is
qualifier
Mark to throw
matches.
first. Game on.
On the Euro Tour qualifier, Mike De Decker, Matthew Dennant, they will actually play each other. Callum Ridds, Steve
No
Lennon,
score.
they will play each other. Merv King through, Richie Edhouse through, King Barry through, Kevin Doots through, Luke Littler out to Jitsi van der Waal, Adam
No
Smith
score.
Neal through, Steve Beaton through, Mickey Mansell through, Simon Whitlock through, Cameron Menzies through, Jeffrey de Graaf through, William O'Connor, Richard Vinstra, Jamie Hughes. So they're all into the
96.
final qualifying game. I think it's for Euro Tour 3, isn't it? Murph, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be in all the papers soon then.
65.
Littler suffers shock defeat to fellow professional darts player.
It's quite bizarre how it's being reported on by the
96.
internet journalists.
Should we say wider sports media? Yeah, I think for those who aren't initiated with the professional circuit, don't be surprised if any player beats any other player, basically.
Absolutely, especially right now.
99.
He'd have done well to pick the 4 semi-finalists from yesterday's Pro Tour.
And I think we can also
82.
apply that logic to this week here at the Super Series.
Oh, nothing's a given.
And that's why the last 3 matches are going to be so exciting. Jim McEwen, Robert Thornton, Steve Brown, all fighting it out for that
96.
top spot. McEwen has the disadvantage of having fewer points, but he does have the best leg difference. So if he beats Kevin Painter, he will sit temporarily at the top of the table.
130.
It's going to be musical chairs, because if Thornton then wins, he will move top, but Brown has a better leg difference than him.
Just to confirm, Jim McEwen will be
58.
playing Kevin
Neil Uruguay,
Painter.
156.
Neil Duff will be playing Robert Thornton. Steve Brown will be playing Mark Durbridge.
Who will still be seated when the music stops.
100. Mark Uruguay, 56.
This the little precursor to those 3 crunch clashes. Durbridge looking at tops and
that's
finding
closer
it
than a
to
third.
halve the
Mark
deficit
Durbridge.
in this one.
Forward laggers kneel to throw first. Game on. No score.
Disaster.
$56.
Again, we're just seeing a few of these games turn around in this way. I've seen it in the last 2 matches. A player be 2-0 up and then end up at 2-2. One of them still managed to get
score.
the win in Steve Brown. The other didn't in Robert Thornton, who could have rendered all of these closing ties irrelevant had he done so.
100.
Was just about to mention the B word.
60.
Duff finally got in.
Mark Durbridge has stolen the throw here.
100. $43. $60.
Ricky Evans currently leads
140.
John Robbie Rodriguez 5-1, averaging 108.51.
I've seen an improvement from Evans in the last year or so.
39.
Just slowed down a touch, hasn't he?
This pair this week one apiece in the head-to-head.
41. Mark Uruguay, 146.
Durbridge took out a lovely 1-4-6 finish yesterday.
And these two will be meeting again, of course, in Group C.
That's a tester for the
110.
referee.
Smile from Dubby. It's always nice when you make them think. I was
60.
still
Mark
adding it up.
Uruguay, 36.
He did it the opposite way around as well, didn't
Yeah.
he? 99. Just crash into that and it's in.
Yeah,
Just
that's
like
been
that.
short on the forward line. Mark Durbridge.
So, third game on a spin,
Fifth
player
and
leads
final
2-0.
leg. It's Mark to throw first.
but finds
Game
himself
on.
tied at 2 apiece. Plenty of room to the left. I'm surprised that he has switched.
No score.
Worst possible start.
Bugging the system. They just couldn't keep up with Neil Duff there.
Neither can Dubby at the moment.
$97.
Just taking his time. Neil Duff, he knows that this game is there for the taking.
100.
Yeah, it's all relevant going into their next couple of matches. It's I know every day is a different darting day, but when you've inflicted a defeat on an opponent, you're both aware of it.
141. $60.
Well, the Durbridge maximum hasn't done any damage yet. It's what he does here that's going to count.
59. Neil,
I would say not enough.
81.
I would also question why he didn't use the bullseye and leave something more simple.
Game shot.
But Neil Duff's made that look simple.
Neil Duff.
He gets the win. It won't be taking him any higher in the table. He and Durbridge are going to play in Group C this week with Kevin Painter, but bragging rights go the way of Duff, who was excellent on the outer ring there. 75%, 3 out of 4 for him. Gets some pride, but he'll be involved in this run-in now. He's going to take on Robert Thornton in a couple of games' time. Steve Brown, who's top of the table at the moment, tied on points with Thornton, will face Mark Durbridge, but it all starts with Jim McEwen looking to go top of the table when he faces Kevin Painter.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where Double Trouble Group A is about to reach its conclusion. 3 matches left to play. Let's show you the remaining fixtures now with the results that have already occurred. Look, everything that's happened so far has all led up to these last 3 games. Jim McEwen, Robert Thornton and Steve Brown all still in contention to win the group. McEwen is going to be first out to bat. He's taking on Kevin Painter next. Then Thornton faces Duff and Steve Brown will take on Mark Durbridge. There is a scenario in this group where they could just replace each other in P1 between now and the end of the day. It's going to be really interesting stuff. And we're in this position in part because of the darting drama at the end of the match between McEwen and Brown earlier on. This is what happened in it. Jim McEwen, who really didn't perform in that game, missed the opportunity to get the better of Brown, who led that game 2-0 and squandered several match darts himself. But then the bomber stepped forward and finally crossed the line. Look at the relief on his face there. It means that he drew level with Robert Thornton at the top of the table. And we can show you that table now because this is what it's all about. Who is top of the league at the end of the day will qualify for finals night. It is Steve Brown right now, but by the slenderest advantage, just 1 leg separating him and the Thorn. And Jim McEwen, who's on the stage now, ready to take on Kevin Painter. Well, he is 2 points behind, but as you can see, he has a far superior leg difference. So if McEwen wins this match with Painter, he will go at the top of the table and at least ask the question of both Brown and Thornton. Strap yourselves in, it's going to be a great ride, and I will talk you through it in the company of Chris Mason.
Thank you, Murph. Yep, this is going to be an exciting run-in. Explained perfectly by yourself, and it starts right here. It's a must-win game for Jim McEwen. And then he has to sit back as it's out of his hands. But as we've already saw so far from Kevin Painter, he is playing the role of the spoiler perfectly. None more so than that win over Robert Thornton, match number 10.
First leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
3rd meeting of the week between these two.
$56.
McEwen winning 3-0 on Monday and 3-0 on Tuesday,
38.
where, well, it's been his best performance so far and one of the best performances. 98.02 the average in defeating Kevin 3-0, and that's despite missing 3 darts at a double.
96.
Now, this is going to be a really interesting, intriguing ending. It does end for Jim McEwen, of course, if he
60.
loses the match. He is the outsider of the 3.
We did have an identical average to that 98.02 yesterday from Robert Thornton.
McEwen making a move.
Sorry, Murphy. Yeah, he missed just 1 dart at a double.
180.
Well, no miss at the treble there for Jim, who
44.
all he can do is get the win and then wait
Yep.
and see what unfolds.
Yep, he'll just have to sit in the players' lounge and watch and hope.
$84. $99. Jim, you require 85.
Beautiful leg.
In the first leg. Jim McEwen.
14 darter on throw for Jim McEwen. Very little.
Second
Kevin
leg, it's
Painter
Kevin to throw
could have
first.
done about that one.
Game on.
Yeah, McEwen's had to lift himself. It was a really poor performance against Steve Brown. in the previous match, and it was
78.
only the game before last, so he's had to really get himself prepared mentally for this game to try and put in a much more polished display, and he's doing that so far.
100.
It was a getting in that was causing the trouble, wasn't it, at the start of the game?
Yeah, sometimes taking him a fifth or a sixth dart
85.
to get off.
None of that so far here. Jim looking to do his job.
$140. 45.
So already mentioned Kevin yet to win a leg against Jim McEwen. That's now 7 without reply. In this vein of form, soon to be 8.
140.
Little roll of the eyes from Kevin Painter, who can't believe that this is the same person he would have been watching from the monitor in the practice room just 20 minutes ago.
140.
That's the
Jim, you require 120.
annoying nature of our sport.
Treble 17 would put McEwen on the bullseye. Kevin Painter thinks it's going already, but he is going to come back for 153.
57. Kevin, you require 153.
First look at a finish, and he's not going to get a look at a double on the back of this attempt.
46. Jim, you require 64.
Treble 8 tops. But he can still get the 24 by finding the 16. And now double 20.
44. Kevin, you require 107.
107 from Painter. Less than an hour ago. Started on the 19s on that occasion. He was on the money then. He's on the money with that dart for double 14.
Yeah,
Once again, Painter mops up the 107. And
Third leg
McEwen,
is Jim to throw first.
he's
Game
pegged
on.
back.
Yeah, 6 darts at 1-2-1 for Jim McEwen there. And only got 1 dart at a double. He's got it somehow,
103.
and it looks like he's forgotten that leg. Because up until that point, it was a strong leg, Murph.
Yeah, it was. McEwen,
38.
as you say, did well to reset that, but Kevin Painter curiously now starting legs on double 19. Not as a secondary attempt like Steve Brown, but actually starting there.
140.
Jim McEwen still averaging well into the hundreds, 105 currently. To Kevin Painter's 71. That's the fickle nature
60.
of double start darts.
$180.
His second of the contest. Down to 78 after 9. Beautiful reply.
180. Jim, you require 78.
May not matter if McEwen can find tops.
38.
Kevin's in again.
100. Jim, you require 40.
Bends the wire.
Yeah,
Finds the
that's Kingston in
target.
the third leg. Jim
Another
McEwen.
14 darter for Jim McEwen. On throw.
Forward
He has
leg,
been
it's Kevin to throw first.
deadly.
Game on.
Kevin Painter finding the double 19.
63.
Jim McEwen finding the double 20.
Yeah, no issue. The
80.
tops at the start of a leg.
$58. $59. $58. $98.
And McEwen, remember, needs to win this match to put himself provisionally top of the table. And then we'll have to wait.
57. $54. $123.
142 remaining for Painter. McEwen here will be sighting getting it done in this leg if he can find a couple of trebles.
He just can't seem to turn it on the Painter throw at the moment.
140. Gavin, you require
It'll make him
142.
feel a whole lot better.
Oh, needed another.
Is that 60 scored? Yep. 82 left.
$85. Jim, you requires 70.
For the match and the points.
Treble 10. Yep. Double top. And
Game
McEwen
shot and a match,
moves
Jim
top.
McEwen.
He ends Group A on 18 points. 9 wins to his name, but will it be enough? He's done his part. He defeats Kevin Painter with a very good performance as well. 99.2. That is absolutely stunning in this format. And it just asks the question of the players to follow. Steve Brown in second, Robert Thornton in third. Either of those win, and they do go ahead of Jim McEwen, who will have to be back for Group B. Thornton, first cab off the rank. He takes on Neil Duff next. Well, let us put you in the picture of what is going to be a thrilling finale here on double start week at the Modus Super Series. Jim McEwen with that win before the break, moving to the top of the table. But as mentioned, the two players behind him will finish on more points if they win their remaining matches. Steve Brown to take on Mark Durbridge, but first Robert Thornton up against Neil Duff. If he wins, then Jim McEwen is out of the race. But the margin of victory is going to be important for Robert Thornton as well, because Brown has a better leg difference. So Brown currently is in pole position. He knows that all he has to do is match Robert's result, assuming that's a victory, of course, and he will be the one going through to finals night.
Absolutely. Well, he's in a situation here where he could win 3-0 and it'd not be enough, because if, as you say, Steve Brown follows him in and beats Dubby 3-0, it's Durbridge that goes through. It's Brown that goes through on the superior leg difference. But these are hard games to win because there's absolutely no pressure on your opponent, and there's nothing more frustrating than playing someone who is effectively playing in a dead rubber for them.
First leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
It's hard to rattle them. They're just simply playing for pride.
Yeah, well, Duff has the darts. And he's off.
100.
Robert Thornton has the motive.
120.
Intent signalled by the Thorn.
As expected, Duff looking very relaxed and Robert Thornton looking seriously determined.
60.
He is the type of darting dog you'd want in the fight. Robert Thornton.
140.
You know he'll give everything. But Neil Duff first to a finish. Looking to end the day with a win, and the group with a win.
And a win over one of the best players in this group.
51.
Maybe just opens the door a little bit there. If Thornton can find a couple of trebles, he'll be better placed, but that's a wayward one.
44.
Not only has he not found
110.
a treble, he hasn't left to finish. A strange sort of game here. You have these types of games, Mace, where there's a player on the stage that's batting for another player. We've actually got one who's batting for another two players.
Yeah, these are these wonderful scenarios we hope for.
65.
Players don't, of course. Tops.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg.
Tops who find a laboured ending.
Second leg is Robert to throw first.
161 completed with
36.
8 darts in the end.
$40. 43.
Well, in the penultimate game of the group, Mace, we've managed to go through the entire thing so far without anyone forgetting to start on a double.
Yes, fairly impressive.
140.
It's easily done when you're in the heat of battle as well.
Yeah, I was just thinking that these are the types of games where it could happen.
140.
Everything on the line.
$140.
For a couple of days off and a pass through to finals night. Will it be
98.
McEwen, Thornton or Brown? McEwen currently holding that top spot.
And I think with the difficulty in qualification
100.
this particular week, I think the person who does get that 2 days off will absolutely relish that opportunity to rest up and watch everyone else go through the ringer.
Yeah, it's a golden ticket, isn't it? Doesn't look like a golden ticket that Thornton will be taking at the moment, though, because Neil Duff has got darts at double 13, or a dart at double 13, I should say.
Which would require 84.
But it would have been 2-0. Too much of this from Thornton in this match. But what a rescue. Double 12.
72.
Not
Neil
quite.
required 13.
5 double 4 for Duff. Bang in the middle of the 5. It's always a reassuring feeling.
Then a second leg.
And
Neil
finds
Duff.
the double 4 to go within 1 of ending the hopes of
Third leg is Neil the
Robert Thornton.
first.
Confirmation of qualifiers for Euro Tour 3. Mike De Decker, he's through. Rids is through. King is through. Edhouse is through. Jitsi van der Velde through. Stephen Burton through. William O'Connor through. And Veenstra through so far.
And just what Robert Thornton didn't want to see Neil Duff throw there.
Absolutely.
No score.
Wow.
I'm surprised we haven't seen anybody getting a go at the 161 on the 9 so far. Plenty of 160 aways, haven't we?
Yeah, we were just crunching some numbers in the break, weren't we? Working out what other doubles you could start on to have a 9 dart, and we did work out that double 17 is a possibility. You could get 34, 57 and 60.
41.
For a 151 score, which of course would leave you Paul Nicholson's favourite 6-dart combo. So that must be the ultimate leg for Paul Nicholson, surely.
Well, his would be bull, treble 17, 180, treble 20, bull.
91.
Well, speaking of bull, is Neil Duff charismatic enough to go for that kind of
81.
stylish shot?
Do a Whitlock.
50.
No is the answer. I bet he wishes he had.
But he wished he'd gave it a pop.
Only leaves 127, but Thornton is hard pressed to leave a finish here. Now needs 2 trebles. Not going to happen. And
58.
well, we said
Neil, you require 127.
who will crack, and it looks like Robert Thornton is the name that's happened to. So Jim McEwen is still going to be in pole position, but Steve Brown,
95.
he's in his slipstream, and he's got DRS.
56. Neil, you require 32.
Can Neil Duff
Game
wrap it up here and now, and he does, and he ends the hopes 3-0. Couldn't have been any more comprehensive. A bit of a disaster for Robert Thornton in his final game of the session. And now it goes down to our final match, which will be between Steve Brown and Mark Durbridge. Any win for Steve Brown, and he will win Group A. We're going to be back in a couple of moments.
And then there were two. A duo of darters remain in the race to make it through to finals night by winning Group A. Steve Brown, the man at the hockey now, knows that it's all in his hands. If he wins against fellow Bristolian Mark Durbridge, then he will be through to finals night. And he'll have done it as a rank outsider to win this group as well. If Brown fails, just like Robert Thornton did in the previous match, then that spot will go to Jim McEwen. Durbridge stands in Brown's way. Chris Mason, alongside me, Chris Murphy, to talk you through this final, crucial contest.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call, isn't it? How much pressure will Brown feel?
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
How much fight has Durbridge got left? Well, he looks switched on. Certainly looks focused.
40.
Yeah, well, for Jim McEwen, it started to go wrong when he lost to Steve Brown, didn't it? In what was a really scruffy game of darts. I think both players would admit that. But Brown started that game well. Should have had it done much easier, to be honest.
61.
After Thornton missed his chance, Brown now has his.
Yeah, Steve won the tie on Monday by the narrowest of margins, 3-2. Revenge on Tuesday for Durbridge. Again, winning it in a last leg decider.
40. Cool, 45.
We'll be hearing from the group winner at the end of the day, whoever that might be. So don't be closing your device or turning over when the last double goes in, because we're going to get a chat with either Jim McEwen or Steve Brown. And, of course, the expert analysis of Chris Mason, which I know you always stay tuned for.
100.
Sarcasm was never your strong point, Griff.
Good to look ahead to the remaining groups as well this week.
Yeah, we will be
58.
having an eye on those. They are going to be fascinating to see how those play out.
If you thought this was good
95.
and gripping, then make sure you're tuned in for double sessions the next couple of days.
Well, you can have 5 players going in to that hot and up to speed.
82. Steve, you require 81.
Steve Brown looking to make sure he's not part of that 5.
Yeah, that's game
And
shot
that's
in
the right way
first
to
leg.
go about
Steve
it.
Brown.
Strong start for Steve Brown.
Yeah, comfortable, fuss-free hold of throw. Exactly
Second
what
leg, it's Mark to throw
he would have
first.
wanted.
Game on.
For him, it's win and it's 2 days off, or lose and it's 2 nights, mixing it with Robert Thornton,
79.
James Wilson, Connor Scott and Conan Whitehead. I know which one most people would pick.
Yeah, no thanks.
117.
Yeah, that's a horrific group, that. The other
60.
one isn't much better, that's for sure.
Lisa Ashton, Colin Osborne, Darryl Pilgrim coming in to join
125.
Group C alongside Neil Duff, Mark Durbridge and Kevin Painter.
More names to take their place in Euro Tour 3. Simon Whitlock and Cameron Menzies joining
85.
the rest of the players I mentioned earlier.
$42.
Well, Brown's still in a good spot here. I think
140.
he still would have been had that last treble 20 not been found, but he's still very much got it in his own hands.
85. Mark, you require 137. 93.
Great last
Steve,
start.
you require 132.
Ball, double 16. 25.57 ball.
107.
And it was a nice
Mark,
guide,
you
wasn't it?
require 44.
Yeah, just needed to hit it. And he would have got in. Dudbridge looking to go level.
Yeah, that's game shot in the second leg. Mark Dudbridge.
Difficult position for Mark Dudbridge, isn't it? Good friends with Steve Brown, but
Third leg is Steve to throw
professionals
first.
like this,
Game on.
in any scenario, just want to win.
Yeah, we've seen it over and over and over again here. It never
95.
fails to impress me, the integrity shown by the players. How many times have you seen players knocked out on the Friday by players that can't qualify?
120.
Steve West was one of them, remember?
Oh, yeah. And Dudbridge here just not giving Brown any
134.
sort of relief. No let up. Brown was off with dart 2. Dudbridge went with dart 1.
$59.
And if Brown does top the group, the
65.
bookies may have been bitten by a few shrewdies. They call it the great leveler, don't they? Double start.
Certainly been the case
180.
with Steve Brown. Well, for those that took my advice Tuesday morning and jumped on the 3-1 about McEwen, at least you've had a run for your money.
60. Steve, you require 111.
All the ones.
Trouble 20 would have left double 18.
40. Mark, you require 82.
Well, if Mark Dudbridge takes this out, it's looking like Mystic Mace might be right. Can still do it as well. 13 for the ball. Oh, what a
That's
dart
game
that
short in the
is.
third leg. Mark Dudbridge.
Bedded in the bull and a dart in the heart of Steve Brown.
Yeah, and what made that even better was the fact that
Forward leg
the
is Mark
target
to
was
throw
masked.
first. Game on.
You had to move around, change the trajectory, the weight of throw. And he's in again.
80.
Yeah, the camera angle captured that perfectly, didn't it? It was literally half of the bullseye I was aiming at.
40.
If Steve doesn't go on to win this match, he has to take a lot of
81.
positivity out of today and how he bounced back from the defeat to Thornton to defeat Painter 3-0 and then defeat Jim
140.
McEwen. And as you've mentioned, coming into this, he was a rank outsider to win
60.
just this group.
Yeah, he's
46.
proved himself, mixing it in what is, on paper, one of the toughest weeks. Forget the double start, just the competition, the opponents, to make it to the final 6.
Yeah, and all
100.
5 coming off the World Seniors Championship, so all 5 well practiced and prepped for that.
70.
We did say when Jim McEwen was beaten by Steve Brown that story might not end there. And at the moment, McEwen is somewhere in this building watching this
59.
match, hoping that Mark Dudbridge returns and takes that 1-2-1. And it will have all fallen into place for McEwen those last 3 games. He has won. Thornton has lost. Is
50.
Steve Brown about to go the
Mark,
same
you
way?
require 121.
I was going to say, if he finds trouble 17, maybe
57.
back-to-back ball
Steve, you
finishes.
require 155.
Just wonder if that positioning in the final fixtures helped Jim McEwen. He was the one that was sort of playing without pressure, and he piled it on the next pair, didn't he? Thornton wasn't at the races. And Brown is beaten to a quite remarkable end to a remarkable group on a remarkable week. Steve Brown beaten by Mark Dubridge in the final match of this group, and it is a group that could not have been closer. Brown goes down like Thornton before him. Jim McEwen is a man who makes finals night. Don't go anywhere, because we will review all the action and speak to Jim in just a couple of minutes' time. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jim McEwen has made it through to finals night. Jim, congratulations, first of all. Look, we'll talk about the games that you did play in a moment, but first, the two that you didn't, what was it like sitting back there waiting for those results?
That was hard. I think Steve deserved it this week, because he's been class all week. Yeah, I wasn't nervous. Every faith in Neil and Mark.
Just give us a thought on the format. How have you found it this week? It's different.
It's been good, yeah. Best of 7, but better. No, it's been good. It's been different, yeah. And we always knew it was going to be a hard week anyway. But it's been a good group of boys this week.
Mace, you predicted that this would be the man we'd be speaking to at the end of the day. You said you fancied Jim McEwen at the start of it, and he's backed up what you thought. But you did say 20 points, and Steve Brown and Robert Thornton both kind of fell. Is it that down to the pressure that Jim put on them by winning that last match?
I think so. It was just enough, and the fact that when there was a little glitch with Jim, where it was games he was losing that he should win, it was that bounce back ability. But it was all based on, although it was a defeat, and I don't want to remind Jim of it, in the World Seniors, he played so well. You could see somewhere where his game is, you could see the work that had gone in preparation, and them kind of things happen in sport. So yeah, I fancied him right from the off to do well this week. But one thing I want to know is, do you play any double start darts up in Scotland?
Yeah, we play a Tuesday night league, and at the end of the season there's a big double in thing, so I won it 4 times.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so yeah, I enjoy it. I don't like it, but I seem to do well. Yeah.
Let's recap the results for today. This will make good reading for you, Jim. This is what happened. I mean, it was a day of twists and turns, wasn't it, Mace? Jim getting that win from Robert Thornton that really set the tone, but then Thornton beating Brown, and then Brown beating Jim. It was just all sort of beating each other, and that's why we had such a climax.
Yeah, well, the big one that we said that had to happen was Jim had to get out of the blocks early and get that win over Robert Thornton, just to put Robert under a bit of pressure. And then, of course, he then went down 3-2 in a game that he could have won against Dubby. And then we thought maybe it's going to be Robert that will run away with it. But yeah, in the end, it was a wonderful climax to what's been a fabulous Group A. Certainly, I should imagine it was tough to play in, but as a viewer and as a commentator, it's been brilliant to do.
Were there times when you thought you were out of it in terms of winning the group?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Good to get the win against Robert first. when I lost to Mark, it was a bit of a downer. In my second last game there, 64 average. I've not felt comfortable today at all. Yesterday was not a bad day. But yeah, I felt a bit of pressure today.
Yeah, so good on doubling in yesterday and pretty good on Monday as well. But today you mentioned that game against Steve Brown, it was taking 5, 6, 7 darts sometimes.
Yeah, I turned up against Kevin again in the last game, which made a big difference.
And nearly 100 average in that game.
Yeah, well, I didn't feel like it, no. But as you say, it put Rob and Steve under a bit of pressure, I think.
Yeah, best performance of the week saved for your last match then, and yeah, Robert and Steve, that pressure did show. I think we can see the table to just show you how it has all ended up, and that's how close it was, Jim. One thing that you did have all throughout the day was you'd opened up a really good leg difference because of some dominant wins earlier in the week. Did you know that might kind of get you there in the end?
Yeah, well, we've got the updated table in the players' room anyway, so that's good to see. And that's what you're thinking. If you get beat, just get beat 3-2. And if you're going to win 3-0.
And much harder, of course, for players to catch up with it being a shorter format, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. With that best of 7, you can have that big swing, can't you? You can get an 8-leg swing in some situations if someone close to you loses 4-0 and you win 4-0, or you beat that player 4-0. But that's what makes this even more fascinating. It must be terrifying to play, but great fun to watch.
It's actually not terrifying. It's really enjoyable. This week has been the best week I've been in. Yeah.
Well, brilliant. We're glad you have enjoyed it, but I think you'll enjoy a couple of days off because we're now going to show you the breakdown for the rest of the week. And sometimes players sit here and say, well, I'd rather play on Thursday and Friday. I'm not sure that anyone would rather play in the groups we've got coming up.
God, look at it. I mean, at the beginning of the week, you want to do top 3 at the beginning of the week. And like today, me, Steve and Rob are all thinking about top. But these players that's coming in, I mean, look at that.
I mean, in that Group B, you're going to lose 2 of either Connor Scott, James Wilson, Conan White, and Steve Brown, and Rob Thornton. And then in Group C, you're going to lose 4 of either Lisa, Darryl, Colin, Kevin, Mark, or Neil Duff. I mean, that Saturday night cannot fail to be incredible.
Yeah. I hope Steve gets through. I think, I'll be honest, Steve deserves to win this week. Group A anyway. I hope Steve gets through.
Would you agree with that, or do you think he's just been a little bit humble and modest?
I think Steve's been a bit of a surprise package to most because, you know, he's had a couple of appearances down here, not gone quite his way, but away from that and sort of back home playing in League and ADC and the events that he puts up at the 501 in Kingswood, he's been playing some tidy stuff. So I wasn't surprised, but he just
apparently he plays double in on a Monday night.
Yeah, Bristol. I think 2 nights a week.
He went from 20 to 1 outsider on Monday to second favourite on Tuesday.
Yeah,
it just shows the class of the guy.
I do want to ask you about one particular opponent because 5 of you came straight from the World Seniors Championship, as did Chris Mason, of course. Kevin Painter in your group, and that game, I mean, you were playing arguably the best performance anyone had seen in the seniors for 7 legs. Yeah. Kevin takes out that double finish, ironically, against you. How important was it for you to see him this week and get some immediate revenge to try and get that out of your mind?
No. Kevin's a lovely guy, he really is. I know he gets a bit of rubbish sometimes on social media, but Kevin is a top guy, he is.
Yeah, great to watch, and you've been great to watch this week so far. What's the plan now? Feet up and watch the rest of them sweat it out?
Yeah, I maybe try some walking. Last week at Circus Tavern, I walked every day to the venue and back, which was a 40-minute walk, 40-minute back, so I'm in a health kick.
And you can't sit in that chair without giving us a prediction, so just give us one name who you think might join you on Saturday night.
I honestly think Neil could be a surprise. He's come into a bit of form today.
Yeah, it certainly has. And Mace, another name?
Yeah, he's that kind of player that does play himself into form he really does take advantage of playing the whole week. You may not see the best of him on Monday or Tuesday, but as the week goes on, he gets better and better. I'd be very surprised not to see Robert Thornton there on Saturday night alongside.
But when you see the players coming in, God almighty.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough. You've done well to get a break from it.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Jim. Thanks for your involvement. We'll see you on Saturday. Mace, we will see you again tomorrow. And we will be back with double sessions here at Double Trouble. But in Group A, McEwen was the man.